Well, that was a long, drawn out process. Yeah. StreamYard's being a little weird tonight. I don't know what its problem is. It says we're live, so we'll see. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, looks like it's live now. Been a crazy, weird day today. Posted a video earlier today of a storm that came through here. Well, it's more or less several different storms, but tiny little storms at that. And I was glad for it. I was glad that we had storms, but not obnoxiously dangerous, head for the bunker type storms. These were just mild in comparison to what we usually get in Kentucky. So I was more or less happy to get the rain than anything else. Homestead Aquarius, good evening, sir. We had a little bit of trouble with StreamYard tonight. Didn't have the start broadcast button in the top right hand corner for some reason. I had to close it out and make a new one. But I assume everything's working. Okay. Yep. Seems like a very unstable desk here. I think there's a leg off the ground. Anyway, so I got the shakes tonight just a little bit more than usual, and I guess when I lean on the table, I shake the camera. They'll deal with it. 5x5, sound alive. Yeah, but I was happy to see the rain today, and there's a lot of stuff in that video I posted today. Yeah, I cut a lot of stuff out. Once I started editing the video, I got to that point where I was like, "What the heck am I doing? I don't even feel like doing this today." I'm already halfway there, so I might as well just finish it up. Melissa Jones, Melissa Jones Paranormal. Hello, my dear. Just popping in to say hi. Got to get some sleep. I'm up early in the morning. All right, darling. I'm glad you stopped in. It's always a pleasure to see you. I don't care where you're at on YouTube. It's always a pleasure to see you. And I hope things are going good for you, dear. You tell everybody over in the UK that I said hello, and I'm thinking about everybody. I'll try to watch I think I might be in the third. Was there a third part of that, the boat in the Gulf video? I think there was 3 parts, wasn't there? I'll try to catch up on that. I watched the first or second one. And then I had to get up and leave and do some other stuff. Yeah, Melissa's awesome, Aquarius. No two ways about it. She puts up with my ass over there in their lives. So that's McQuaddy. Hello, good evening to you. Good to see you in here. Let's see here. Um, I think I'll just leave that link where it's at right now, and excuse me, might drop it later on here in the chat. We'll see how things go without saying too much. So normally the plants would be back here behind me, but I moved them because my cats the other day, God love them, they got into a fight, and the fight involved um, being too close to my plants, and they took out a melon plant. Uh, yeah, I was a little mad. So I moved the plants over to a shelf, and I just mounted my lights inside, sort of. They're clamp lights, so I just mounted them where they're pointing into the shelf, and they seem to be doing well. Plants are, matter of fact, I'm going to have to finish doing work out in the yard. I forgot to get some more ground turned over. I didn't do it yesterday, or yeah, it was yesterday. It was hot as it was. I got out there and I worked for about 15 minutes, and I was just sweating my ass off, and it was really uncomfortable. So I didn't get everything finished. So I do have some yellow squash that needs to go in, and I've got to build up the mounds and everything for those. I got some melons that got to go out. That's about it. Potatoes and tomatoes are outside, and those little tiny yellow ones are orange Zima tomatoes. Finally popped up. I wasn't too hopeful. It wasn't looking good, and I had first started them in the burpee plant starter, and I saw nothing after a couple weeks, and I was like, okay, something's, these aren't going to work. So I thought they might have been some kind of GMO, but anyway, I said, why not give them one more try? So I grabbed a tomato that was starting to rot, and I just split the tomato, and then I shoved that in the whole thing into the dirt. I didn't even bother to separate the seeds, and it worked. The unconventional planting worked. So I'm tickled with that. I have 3 or 4 of those little Zima. I could show you. Just hold on a second. All right. These little babies. These are these are amazing. And they say in the package, sweet. They're not kidding. These things are the sweetest tomatoes I've ever tasted, as far as um, cherry-sized tomatoes go. These are awesome. So I'm looking forward to getting a harvest from those. I'm hoping that they make it that far. I've never grown these before. And matter of fact, a friend of mine gave me these here a while back, and I was hooked. I was like, holy crap, these are awesome. So we're being hopeful for those. Oh, good, Possum McCoy. You got some rain over there. It's about time. Excuse me. It's about time. And she's been working hard, getting our planters and stuff ready out there, and doing an amazing job. We I've pretty much stayed inside today and just, I mean, it's all it did was rain. I went outside for a little bit, checked on the plants that were in the containers and make sure they weren't being beat down by the rain, but no, they were fine. And I think being up close to the house kind of helped keep them from being damaged anyway. So. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. I wasn't thinking Passamaquoddy. You have had rain. I remember now. She said in chat you were just sick of it, that and the cold. Me too. Me too. I'm tired of the cold weather. Tired of And right now we're starting to, and I'll say this now, and then the temperature is going to go completely haywire again. But right now we're starting to level off and it'll be a little bit warmer, which is normal for us here in Kentucky around this time of year. So, but that's not to say that we're not going to hit some cold spells overnight. I hope not. I've been toughing it out. I don't think it's been cold enough to run the wood stove. I've got a little electric heater and I kick it on and get a little bit warm in here, get the chill out. And then I cut it off because, why give Inter-County Electric any more of my money, right? Uh, 4:18 a.m. All right, Melissa. We love you bunches over there in the UK. You take care. Get plenty of beauty rest. And we'll catch you. I'm sure either in Matt's live or Brady or somebody. I'm sure we'll run into each other. Take care. Have a good night. I think. To check. Yeah, I made Melissa. Okay. Yeah, Melissa's a mod here as well. Cheers, mate. Oh, coffee ground in the coffee. So Sunday might be a slow night. Of course, people aren't used to me doing lives either. But I haven't really settled on any day yet to do a live, and I don't know. Sunday is just as good as any other day to do live, I guess. I mean, it doesn't matter. 6 billion people are doing lives at the same time, and none of them are complaining. So, South Florida sunshine. She used to be a fish's loaf. She used to be a fishes and loaves life, and now she is South Florida sunshine because she is our sunshine. And okay, thank you for sharing me out. I appreciate it. That's okay. That's okay. You're still here. We ain't all about that drama. Go take it to your mama. Trying to be good. This lighting is horrible. I'm still debating whether I'm going to, I'm in my living room still. My living room seriously needs a new paint job. It's country blue. And with the lighting, I don't think you can see it really all that well. Look at my shadow. The shadow's in the way. My big bulbous head. So I don't know. The lighting is bad. You can't tell that's country blue, but it needs a touch up. But I was thinking seriously about moving my laptop and a few, excuse me, a few other things into one of the spare bedrooms, which I was originally going to use for growing plants, but that didn't work out. Hello, Larks Homesteadish. How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're doing well. So yeah, I've kind of thought about maybe moving into that big room in there, and then I got to thinking, well, it's a huge room, but there's just me in there with a laptop. And I'm like, well, I do have that little room. It's like 10 by 8, something like that. Mobile homes, bedrooms in mobile homes are just ridiculous. Their dimensions are crazy. Unless you get one of these new ones where, oh gosh, the new mobile homes are like luxury condos. But this one here was built back in '80s or something like that, early '80s, and the layout is just so bad. I mean, just I'm not a fan of open layouts, and the kitchen and kitchen and the living room here are practically opened up to each other. And if it was up to me, they wouldn't be. I would just wall this all right here and just put a doorway into the kitchen. But I wasn't, it wasn't my choice. I just rent the place, and rent's pretty cheap. I mean, I can do whatever I want to. That's why we're part of the Gardening Homesteading Skills Challenge, global challenge to see who can grow the most. And that's in poundage. But I don't know. I can't settle on one room or the other. And honestly, one of them is storage. And I don't know if I really want to drag all that stuff across the house to the other room because they're actually separated. It's 2 bedroom. The little bedroom's behind me, and the big one's over here. It's the master bedroom. Yeah. Um, yeah, you're right, Pastor It's probably, I mean, just nobody knows the size of your room unless you take your camera and pan around the room, and you still don't get a very good idea of how big or small a room is. But I think the only other thing I would have to do is maybe put a fan in there or something because there's no. The main air conditioning unit is in here in the window behind the laptop. So yeah, that's probably what I'll do. Is I'll end up in a smaller bedroom. That could use a touch of paint too. So maybe instead of paint, I'll put some not drywall, but wallpaper or new paneling or something like that. But I'll have to do something to dress it up a little bit in there. But other than that, I mean, the only advantage to that big room will be like if I was going to record a video. The lighting in there is incredible because it's got 2 big windows in it. Or, well, one big window and then one small one. The lighting is incredible in there. I mean, daylight in the daytime, that room is bright. You don't ever have to turn a light on unless it's cloudy. That goes without saying. The bedroom back there, in the morning, it gets morning daylight. But after the sun gets over this way, behind the trailer to the south there, not so much. It gets kind of dark in there. So, but yeah, I could work around that, I'm sure. Yeah, that's okay, Larks. We appreciate you just being here and listening. And yeah, there's not. I haven't got anything to really to show except my mug. But yeah, sunshine. I'm seeing the. Excuse me. I'm seeing the same thing with the numbers. Um, I had 210 subs, and then suddenly it dropped out. Dropped 5. Maybe they left, or maybe YouTube is messing with us. I don't know. Uh, I love to grow peppers. I don't know why. And I mean, just peppers in general. It doesn't matter if they're hot or if they're just bell peppers. Potatoes, and of course, tomatoes. Because I can eat my weight in potatoes and tomatoes. Um, Corn, yeah, I mean, I have trouble with it. I don't know why. I've always had trouble with corn. Melons and pumpkins, I seem to do pretty well with. But I would have to say, if I had to pick just one, I would have to say potatoes because, yeah, I love potatoes. I might have to go get some more coffee or something. Yeah, well, I mean, we you're right, sunshine. I know they get hacked a lot, and I've heard rumors about it here just recently. What's my show without a cat, right? Do you mind, Clementine? Do you mind? All right, guys. Okay, so what was I saying? Well, rude. My goodness, come here, baby. Come here. You want to show your face on here? Look, look. Show your beautiful face. Oh my God, look at that. Go ahead. I know you show your cat butt. I mean, we should call us storms, radios, and cat butts. Let's not knock my coffee cup over there. Okay, that's a good place for it. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know I don't know what the deal is with YouTube. I had 210, and I lost 5. So I don't know. It's one of them things. Okay, she's being good for now. She's staying out of the way, and she's giving herself a bath. So count yourselves lucky that you don't have to watch that. No, she's sitting right next to me, bathing herself. If her kittens were awake, I would show them to you because they're the only ones I haven't shown on here. Yeah, well, let's see if we can all try to help Passamaquoddy get her community tab. Um, how many subs do you have right now, Passamaquoddy? Possible cat butts to share on my community tab. All right. Oh my gosh. What? It's true. Don't give me that look. Hi. $123. What do you need? 200? Is it 200 to get community tab? I guess so. See, this is the second time I've been at 210. I don't, might have been, I mean, I might have lost a few when I took a break, and it was a very short break on YouTube, you know. And the break didn't have anything to do with YouTube. It just had, it was just personal stuff. I just took a break. But Tennessee Bushcrafter, good evening. Good evening to you, sir. My neighbor to the south. No, I don't think it's 500 because I've got one, and I'm not. I never had 500 subs. Mm-hmm. Very well said, Sunshine. Very well said. Tennessee Bushcrafter says I've hit 300 a few times, keep dropping back to 265-ish within a week. The numbers, I just, it's like, you know, they add a little fluff in there. It's just, you know, some of it is real subs and the rest is fluff, like a filler. I'm not sure what's up with that, but I mean, just once I'd like to see some real numbers, and not just for myself, but for other people as well. And it makes me wonder if the numbers stay constant once you reach, you know, astronomical subs, like, you know, 200,000 or something like that. I'm sure that at that point you won't even notice if you lost a few. Even watching the hours on my live the other evening, I had 55-ish hours. Then 5 days later, I had 48. It's like their numbers don't jive with. I seriously think they just need to revamp the whole thing because evidently some script or something somewhere on the server is just not working. Be nice for things just to work right, wouldn't it? You know, just be, but it's not a perfect world, obviously. I'm gonna go ahead. We have terrific mods. Do you think maybe you could scooch over just a tad, Your Highness, Your Royalness, Royal Freeness? Okay, we'll work like this. So let me, here's a link if anyone wants to join. I know this is more. I'm trying to have fun with this channel. You know, um, I'm not the kind of person that likes spotlight on me. Far from it. If I could, you know, if I felt right about it, I would just keep my camera off and just do a live like, you know, Bushcrafter does, or Aquarius there, Homestead Aquarius. Neither one of them. You might be lucky if you see their hand or their foot. But yeah, I'm not one of those people. I have to have everybody looking at me all the time. Me. I want to talk about me. Just not like that. I never was. And when I worked in radio, I was all comfy, man. I'm behind the microphone. I was comfy. And then the boss was like, "Oh, Barry hasn't gone and done a live broadcast anywhere yet. Take him to the fair." I was like, "Oh, please don't. Please don't do that." And I ended up being at a show that we were sponsoring. And each one of us disc jockeys had to announce the next band coming up on stage. And I was just like, take a breath. Pretend you're in the studio behind a microphone in front of two big screens, and then you can get by with it. I was like, I didn't like it. Did not like it. Now, doing a live behind a microphone just randomly in the fair wasn't too bad. But when they wanted me up there on the stage where the band is and announce the next band, I was just like, man, I really don't want to do this. But I wanted to keep my job, so. Oh, okay. All right. We'll be here, Tennessee Bushcrafter. We're not going anywhere for a while. Yeah. Yeah, some people want the spotlight, but it's just, I don't know. Got to be humble. I'm not saying I'm humble, but I'm just saying that, I just don't feel the need to, it's about and as far as I'm concerned, it's about the community, the people in it, your friends and everything, and everybody needs a turn instead of just going, "Hey, look at me, I'm Storms." Don't be talking in chat. Yeah, my desk is a little wobbly, and I've got the shakes today, worse than usual, and I think it's where I'm leaning on the table, and it's shaking the desk, and then shaking the camera, so we won't. That's better. Yeah. So that was me. It's just one of my kind of a bad day health wise, but it's nothing dangerous or to be worried about or anything like that. It's just essential tremors. Yeah, shock absorber tripod made out of Monroe's. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, sunshine, I have days where I don't even notice them. They're hardly even there. I can hold the camera and I could hold my phone and take video, and it'd be just, this phone even has stabilizer in it for video. And then there's other days like today where it's just out of control, and it's like, hold it with two hands and it's just something I live with, and I don't really pay much attention to it unless it gets out of hand, and then I'm kind of like, maybe I should ring the doctor and see what's going on, But I haven't had to do that. It's not been that bad, so I just larks. I'm not either. But I chose YouTube, didn't I? We chose YouTube, but we're not crazy about being on camera. So it's like, you'll see when I do some of the videos in the house, if like it's the last few that were seeds being sent to me, mail calls or whatever you want to call them. You just saw my hands, and that's, I mean, it wasn't important if you saw my face, because you can hear my voice and know it's me. And I hope you know that these are my hands because they're attached to me. I was born with them. But if all you saw was my hands holding those seed packets, that's all that was important about that video, was seeing me open the package and knowing that you got to see what I got in the package. That was all that was important. It really wasn't important whether you saw my face or not. Um, bushcrafters, I've been shocked a lot. Never, I don't think ever that much. Not 277 volts, no, but I've been hit by some nasty, I've had RF burns and things like that. And then countless electromyograms. Oh, those are fun. I had one neurologist give me an electromyogram, and for those of you who don't know what an electromyogram is, they put probes on you and long needles with wires attached to those, and what it does is measure how long it takes an impulse to reach from one spot to the other in your body. And depending on the speed, I think, of the impulse from one end to the other, gives them an idea of where, it gives them a whole lot of different clues, like where nerve damage is. If it takes a little bit longer for that impulse to get from point A to point B, they can measure the resistance and say, okay, this is a trouble spot. But if you've ever seen movies where they, simulate a electric chair, when they kill somebody in an electric chair in a movie, and their bodies just, like that, that's kind of like what an electromyogram does. Some people can sit there and their body's just jerking around. It doesn't bother them. But me, I was telling them it was hurting. He said, oh, that can't hurt. That's just a few milliamps. And I'm like, no, it hurts. It hurts every time you do it. And I was sitting up from laying down, I was sitting up, and I was like, man, I had one doctor say, oh, we play with this thing all the time. I said, you're full of, and I just, hard to believe that anybody would want to play with an electromyogram. Basically lick your fingers and stick them into an outlet. Why? Why would you want to do that unless you got some weird fetish for electricity or something? I don't know, but yeah, I've had a TENS unit on me. Matter of fact, for my back, but it didn't offer any relief. So yeah. Well, I can't blame them, Sunshine. I mean, but I actually tried to get out of it. And they said, no, we really need to do this so we understand, how much damage has been done to the nerves or whatnot. I'm like, yeah, okay, fine. You put the stupid gown on and everything. And the only thing you got on is your underwear. Ladies would have your bra and your panties on. But no, thank you. No, I don't think I've ever messed with the TENS unit to see just how much it hurt turning it up. But I might have in my younger days played with a taser, one of those personal tasers. Don't do that, folks. don't 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 play with a taser. It's a bad idea. It hurts. No, Homestead, I did not take off my bra and panties. No, sorry to disappoint people, but I didn't. uh, they let you keep yours. Okay. Less is more. I've my ex mother-in-law from my first marriage went for those things where they burn your nerves for chronic pain. Cannot imagine. Ugh. Just thinking about it just kind of makes my legs hurt. Real man of genius. Boy, you couldn't force me to drink Bud Light. Ugh. It's like cat urine in a can. Speaking of can, I'm going to get pop or something to drink. I'll be right back, folks. Listen to the kitties meow. I wanted to steal a kitten from Clementine's litter, but she's feeding them right now, so gardening warrior Q. All right. Well, I've got excuse me, I got Venom original flavor if you're okay with that, Q. Thanks for stopping in. Oh, sunshine. Yeah. I was starting to wonder if they're not putting like soy stuff in the Bud Light. Ugh, yuck. I don't like light anything. If I could bring you, if I can bring you a glass of water or coffee, Q, but I would never try to kill my friends, not even with kindness. Make your moves the talk of the town, Bud Light. Oh, sunshine, you're off the hook. Venom would put you in overdrive. Yeah, I don't know. Seems like I really don't get the jitters from caffeine. I either get a sick belly or I'm just awake. New Transformer movie is partially sponsored by Bud Light. Oh Lord. Well, I have a feeling Anheuser-Busch is going to have a hard time living that one down. Of course, it'll die down after a while. Just be a memory. A couple years from now, you'll remember. You'll see a discarded can of Bud Light, empty Bud Light can on the sidewalk, and all those jokes will come flooding back, and you'll be the only one on the street laughing. Welcome back, Tennessee. Yeah, you'll see a lone empty can of Bud Light on a sidewalk in the city streets and be the only person in a crowd of 1,000 laughing. All those jokes about Bud Light will come flooding back all at once. Just like that commercial, Alcoa can wait. It is commercial from the 70s and 80s, and that freaking commercial just starts playing in my head like somebody hit a play button on an old tape recorder. I'm like, where the heck did that come from? And then I had to look it up. I mean, I knew where it came from. I knew watched it on TV, the commercials, but like, why at that specific moment did that commercial pop in my head? It's just so weird how the brain works, or at least mine anyway. Bizarre, just bizarre. Like Alcoa can wait, just. No, whips and chains don't excite me. No, thank you, Q. Darn it, that means I'm going to have venom infused leather. That means I'm going to have to increase the patrols with the small cat army I have here. Square stalks like square watermelons. I mean, they might be onto something there, though. I mean, if you think about it, Coca-Cola and Pepsi made the cubes, and then they went with the long, narrow packages, trying to save space in your refrigerator while still being able to have a 12-pack or a 24-pack of pop. So I could kind of see where you could maybe buy 2 square watermelons and sit them side by side in the fridge. You still not take up a lot of space. They might be onto something with their square watermelons, but oh my God,
Good evening.
they will let anybody have a YouTube channel, won't they?
Yeah, they will.
What's going on,
Square
Chris?
stalks, as far as plants go, represents a type of mint.
I just think that they were onto something when they made the square watermelons. You know,
Man, I've been aggravating Aquarius. I've been telling him, I've been thinking about raising some of them different gourds.
yeah.
They have like the water bottle gourds and whatnot. And looking into like the bushcrafting kind of side of things, it looks pretty interesting. Because you dry them out and you can make a water bottle out of them or a canteen, or you cut it down and make a bowl. We actually went to the farmers market yesterday, and there was a couple like hand carved bowls, actually with a basket handle on top of it. And I was thinking, well, you could airbrush it and use a wood burner and all that. I think it'd be really interesting.
Did they have like a polished finish to them or anything?
Yeah. And I know, like, there again, people, you start getting into gardening communities, Barry. I don't know how much you've looked into the gardening communities, but some of these gardeners are way out there. It's like, well, you can't use this, you can't use that. That's not food safe. This isn't food safe. And it's like, at some point, you got to draw a line.
Well, they're all fads, aren't they? Really? I mean, just it's a phase that a lot of them are going through, and then when the new thing comes along, then they'll forget about that last thing they did. It's, I
But I
guess,
mean, I
my
know
look.
like some of my raised beds, they're built out of pressure treated wood. And a lot of people will complain, well, it's treated with, copper sulfate and this and that. Well, they stopped treating pressure treated wood with copper sulfate about, I think it was around 85. But people will still argue the point. But there, on the other hand, people planting cinder blocks, and okay, so now you have lime and different kinds of ash. And I mean, everything has issues. But my point has always been, well, you know what? I will plant this, and you can drive your car to town and then faint and inhale all the fumes and all that stuff. And I guarantee
Still there?
you are inhaling.
Yeah, we're getting bits and pieces of you, Chris. Might be on my end though. Yeah, I totally get that. I mean, I just I don't understand it. They whine and complain about all that, but what did we do over the years? We set off, and not just America, but other countries set off what,
Yeah.
thousands of nukes.
I mean, I'm
We're
not
breathing
supposed.
that.
I'm not, going to poison myself on purpose, but you know,
Yeah.
it's one of them lesser of the evils kind of things. I mean, if you don't use pressure treated wood and you use just regular wood, it's going to rot.
And there's all your work well, pretty much just spread out in the yard. I'm thinking of using rocks myself. I mean, you look everywhere in this yard, and that's all you see is rocks. I can go right here in the woods, not even 50 feet from the house, and there's rocks like you wouldn't believe. It's like they're multiplying.
Yeah, well, I
And
know.
I just, you know,
That's what I tell everybody. But in Mid Tennessee, we breed rocks.
well, yeah, that's where pet rocks come from, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and that's another thing I'm having trouble with is I've got a little bit of soil turned,
Right.
but there's so much rock.
Yeah.
And it seems like there's more rock than there is soil to work with. And it's just, unless you're using a tractor and disc it, you you spend a whole lot of time digging some of those rocks out of there because you're not going to be able to grow anything. And I thought, well, if these rocks are going to be my nemesis, I might as well what I thought was maybe raised beds, but made with rocks. All they have to do is contain the dirt.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like I got a bunch of cedar poles out there and all that. And, they're probably 9 inches in diameter. And I mean, I can use them as, the edges of a bed or whatever. But there again, now I'm cutting trees down.
Yeah, I was reading what Passamaquoddy was saying. I hadn't seen that. And
Oh, here comes Connor.
what's he up to?
Well, he's had a fever and stuff today, so I guess I ain't got to take him to school tomorrow. So
Yeah.
he slept a lot, took a lot of naps and stuff today. So the little Miss Freya is all up in his lap.
Well, yeah. But animals know when we don't feel good.
Yeah.
Mine do the same thing. My cats do. Well, a couple of them, not all of them. Thank God. I don't think I could handle all of them on me if I didn't feel good.
She's funny though. Like I told you, she's the most vocal dog I've ever seen, man. She'll sit there and I'll like get up, like, because we don't smoke in the house or nothing. So I'll get up and either put my pants on or my pajama pants or whatever and go to take off, and she down there at the corner of the bed. Rah, 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 rah.
Oh. So I guess she's had time to adjust.
Yeah, she's adjusting. Her and Piper kind of got into it a couple of little times. Piper's never had to share a food bowl or anything either. And I mean, we've had him probably for, how long we had Piper? 6 years? 7 years?
Pretty sure it was like 6 years.
Somewhere around there. 6, 7 years. And ever since we got him, like I told you before, he's always been timid, but he's also been like very food conscious. Like he's had to fight for food,
Uh,
but he's never had to. Ever since we've had him, and I mean we've had him since I think he was about maybe 4 months old when we got him.
Oh,
But him and Freya finally got to where they play in the yard now.
that's awesome. I don't know if I can, bring a dog in after.
Yeah.
Like I would love to have another dog, but
I'd
I
say
don't
if
think
you
we
brought
can.
him in at a young age, like like the age we got her, you'd
Yeah.
probably be okay. I sent Aquarius a picture earlier. He was like, "Well, what's she looking like now?" Because he hadn't seen her in a while. I sent him a picture. Of course, now she's getting like the big bat ears and the long legs, and the stuff she's going to have to grow into. He's like, "You sure she's not a lab?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm sure." I mean, I've seen pretty much her whole family. But you know how a lot of puppies, especially larger dogs, they get them big ears for a while, and their legs outgrow them, and they just look all out of proportion for a while.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
especially Great Danes. Oh my God.
I keep calling her Batgirl.
My goodness, cat.
Goes to sleep.
Yeah, I saw I don't know if I told you or not, but I know I've said it maybe once or twice on a live, but I've been seeing foxes now. And so I guess, are you done? I guess they're starting to move back into the area. We usually see them on the adjacent roads, the main roads, but uh, foxes, and we're starting to see squirrel again, turkeys. There's just a lot of stuff that we haven't seen for a while over here is starting to move back into the area. So that's actually kind of comforting to know that stuff is coming back. So we might possibly need it in the future. It's good to know it's there. Oh, I think I got two of you on here. Oh. I'm not sure. Are you the real Tennessee bushcrafter? There we go.
Yeah.
We can see you.
I've got to move this computer. That's the only thing I can figure out.
Hi, Connor.
Barry said, "Hi, Connor."
Yeah,
Hey,
possible Connor. I know a lot of people have said that to keep the cats in when you have a fox around, but
Get off my screen.
so many times I've seen my cats sit out there a foot away from a freaking possum or a raccoon. But I know a fox is a much more vicious. But hey, Gear. Always gardening and prepping. Good evening.
Hey, old ways neighbor.
That's right. They're a neighbor, aren't they?
Well, actually, I told her, we gave that area of Tennessee to Arkansas a long time ago.
Only Arkansas doesn't know that.
She was like, I ain't no Arkansas. I got a lot of friends live down around Memphis area. I always give them heck. Like, no, y'all kind of like, live in Arkansas or Mississippi or that ain't part of Tennessee.
Yeah. Completely different landscape as well.
Yeah. I mean, I've lived all over Tennessee. I lived up by Bristol. Then I lived about an hour west of Nashville. And now, see? Nope. She don't live in no Arkansas. But
Leanna Newton, good evening to you.
yeah, she's a good lady.
My cat back there has breathing issues, and she sometimes sounds like a little pig back there rooting at something. Poor thing. She's actually drinking water. Sounds like a little pig back there rooting at something. Sounds like she needs a gallon of water, though.
So what's the main thing you look forward to growing this year?
Really, those potatoes and tomatoes are my main, thing. But
Dude,
I've got beans, and I'm kind of looking forward to that too, because then I can probably maybe kind of try my hand at water bathing. I don't know. We'll have to see how that goes. See how much I bring in. But so we have peas and beans, and I've never actually done peas. I've always done
I'll
beans.
tell you what, man. It's probably a little late to start peas where we live. Have you watched my video, like my little mini greenhouse?
I don't think I have.
Anyway, I got this little
I'll
mini
be honest with you.
greenhouse. It's got like a bunch of 4x4 beds. And I just cover it with plastic, and it's not heated. Howdy, Howie.
Food, forest,
And,
permaculture. What's up?
It's not heated, and the only way I would probably heat a greenhouse is if I had. It'd take a lot of money for me to do it the way I want to do it. But anyway, peas, like snow peas and whatnot, they will germinate down to like 16 degrees.
Wow.
And I was telling Aquarius, fava beans will germinate down to like 4 degrees. So I usually plant them in the fall. And then I just, cover the greenhouse in plastic. Don't heat it because, I'm not doing all that. Costs too much, whatever. So basically, by the time spring comes, they're already 4 foot tall.
Wow.
So when spring comes, all I got to do is pull the cover off and wait for the bees to show up and for them to be germinated.
Yeah.
Or pollinated, I mean. Well, she's always eating on my wire nuts.
And here I'm all excited because my peas are like 5 inches tall. I'm like,
And
yay!
My peas, we didn't plant them this past fall. So we planted them, I don't know, maybe 5, 6 weeks ago. They're about 4 foot tall.
Dang.
But I tell you, man, you once peas, fresh snow peas, you won't want to buy them in the store no more.
I hear you, Q. Never a dull moment with Q in here.
Surely not. She wants venom infused leather wrapped in chocolate mint. Come here, girl.
They probably want her name embroidered on it too. Oh,
There you go, Carol. I don't think Carol was on their day when.
oh, she's beautiful. Hey, I'll be right back. I check the plumbing, as Don would say.
Hang on. Green screen. What? Arr. 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 Guess I shouldn't have wore a green shirt on a green screen. Arr. Oh yeah, I remember. Couldn't remember if you were in here or not. Them ears are growing too. All right, go lay down. Man, obviously. You just disappear into the woods. Maybe I should have just wore my camo.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh boy, the cats have been at each other's throats here lately.
You know, Cubert, ironically, I do have a web page, but I haven't completely set it up yet. And my web page is called One with Nature.
Cool. I have a website through Google that's for GMRS,
Yeah.
and I get emails that they kind of trickle in every once in a while, like every 3 or 4 months I'll get a new one. Well, what do I got to do to join your club? I'm like, you can start your own in your area. You can use our name or you can use a different one. Just let us know that you're there. And someone offered to set up a repeater, and I was just kind of like, I kind of like my electric bill where it's at right now. And I'm like, I don't know if I want to set a repeater up here because, that thing would be just eating juice for no reason, whether someone's using it or not. So I was kind of like, I asked them what they had planned or what they were wanting to do, and they said, "Well, if you want to set up a repeater, you can. I'll let you use this one." And I'm like, "Let me think on it." So that's about where I'm at right now with that.
I was actually talking about that kind of stuff to people and in another channel earlier. And they were all talking about, I bought me, this little handheld and I bought this one and this and that. And it's like, and they were like, well, I want one that's analog. I'm like, well, you ain't going to pick up nobody on analog anymore. And I mean, they're kind of thinking, STHF kind of thing. But you still, we have repeaters close, but since we're like down in the holler, I can't really bounce.
Tennessee's got a ton of repeaters. I was impressed, really, last time I went through there. Of course, most GMRS repeater owners want you to get permission, and a lot of them are not on mygmrs.com, so you don't have anyone to contact, so you pretty much SOL on that. Yeah. Which is okay because not everybody wants to share their repeater. It does cost money to run it.
Right. I mean, even not even the GMRS portion of it, but the actual ham version of it. We've got like 2 or 3 within range of me, but I can't bounce to them. And then I know, I was telling people, I was like, you can use all this like through your computer. Do it digitally. This was like trying to explain, I don't know, physics to a caveman.
I could talk through Zello app on a repeater in California.
Right.
Chico, California. Well, I've got the guy's permission. He's actually got a YouTube channel, not a Rubicon. And you have to go to his website, and then
I know the Rubicon dude.
Yeah,
he's the one that actually talked me into buying the Baofeng.
Yeah,
and I was telling them, I was like, that I had that Baofeng, and he's like, well, I got one of them. Well, yeah, but the one I have has been outlawed by the FCC for, I don't know, 6 months to a year.
Yeah. I got that one too, but I also have the GMRS version one.
Yeah, well, that's the one. I have the one it can do GMRS and, ham.
Yeah.
And that's why it was outlawed.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, I used mine. Mine was one of the first ones out, and it's the first version.
And I was using 5 UV.
Yeah, UV5R. Yeah, I used it over the racetrack in Corbin.
All right.
555 something megahertz.
Yeah, it's not legal to use it on the GMRS channels.
It wasn't legal to use it at the racetrack either. But they didn't have any more radios.
You can listen, you just can't speak.
Yeah, I was I was actually talking on it, but it was because I was helping my friend John. He was in a wheelchair. He was their announcer, John Potts. Been in the racetrack announcing business for years, and my manager or the owner of WRSL and all those stations that I worked for asked if I would help John out at the racetrack, and I was like, sure. And he said, well, he's in a wheelchair. And I said, no big deal. I said, if he needs my help, I'd be more than happy to do it. So, and John didn't have to pay me, but he did. He did anyway because I was just doing a lot of things no one else wanted to do. But they said, well, we can't get you a radio, and the only couple we have left in here are taped together. And I was like, I looked at them, and they're like 20-year-old Motorola's that look like they've been thrown across the racetrack and run over. And I said, no, it's okay. I'll bring my own. And the rest of the crew was like, dude, that radio sounds so clean. Why can't we have one like that? And the manager is like, buy your own damn radio then.
Well, I reckon Connor's going back up yonder. And he left little one down here. She done passed out though.
Uh-oh. I hear a cat fight brewing.
Aquarius is going to make him a Florida room. You're going to the wrong state, fella. Good night, Howie. Nice having you in.
Uh-oh. See ya, Howie. Thanks for stopping in. If it's not cat butts, it's cat fights. Oh, boy. Now, you would think that was two males fighting, but no, it's two females.
Yeah.
One got too close to the other one's babies.
You know, it's kind of funny. Like, they both have babies.
Yeah. Yeah, there's two litters.
Rabbits. Rabbits. They will foster another female's kids. So
Huh.
if you have like, one that just is a bad mother, which I do have one, she just sucks. But I mean, they both have to kind of like kindle at the same time, to
Yeah.
be willing, to nurse and all that kind of thing.
Yeah, Aquarius, I'm going to stay out of that fight. Just let them hash it out because
No, come
they
on,
have their
we,
claws.
we want to see it. Come on, you got to turn the camera on and go get involved.
I'm fixing the. Ow. Oh, goodness. I got a baby attacking me. Now, come here. Which one? Well, hi. This is the one that says Mama. You can get her to say it.
Yeah.
She probably won't because she's on camera.
Now you go get one out of the other litter.
Say Mama. You say Mama? Mm-hmm. Look, you're famous now. You're famous. Doesn't care. Oh, okay. Then, you ever seen a male take care of its babies? Darkpot takes care of these babies. Well, the two that Missy had, he takes care of because I'm pretty dead on sure that he was involved. And I mean, she'll get up and she'll step away from them for a while, get a break or whatever, and he'll hop up there on the couch and he'll clean up on them and everything. I'm like, dang, dude, ain't no deadbeat daddy.
You know, it's funny. You watch different species, the way they take care of their young. So, you know, I raised a lot of different types of fish. And, you know, I've done a lot of research on a lot of different critters. Like, you know, remember me talking about the owl a few weeks back?
Yeah.
Well, the male owl will keep bringing the food back while mama sits there in the nest. And certain male fish kind of do the same thing. But then there's some fish that, like, you know, the female takes care of them. And if they're threatened too badly, they'll actually eat their own young. Just, you know, it's kind of one of them things. Oh, mother God. They'll eat their own young, though, to consume the calories rather than give the calories up to somebody else.
Oh, it's a predator. Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Nature's scary sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah. That sounded kind of scary a little bit in the background.
Yeah.
I hate to know you have that, like, jumping on you while you sleep.
Those two don't really. They're more of a. I'll visit you when I'm hungry, and I'll visit you when you're in the bathroom, kind of cats. those two females. Yeah, that's the way. Excuse me. That's the way they'll visit me. Either I'm hungry or, hey, you're in the bathroom. Need some company? I'm like, no, not really.
The only time rabbit mamas will actually eat their young is when they don't have enough food intake prior to
Nursing.
having the young.
Yeah.
$600 million views because he's going to be. See, you should have viewed that, man. You should have recorded it.
I'm telling you, I should wire the whole house with cameras.
You could have had, like, you know, the cat attack and yeah. YouTube apparently likes animals.
Did I swear I think I turned the heater off over there, but it feels like it's just getting warmer in here.
I got air conditioning on, dude.
They said it was going to get to 80 today.
It did get to 80 here.
Oh, it did there. I'm sure not here.
80 for like 3 days here.
Oh yeah. Well, I think we had too much cloud cover for it to get that hot.
Yeah. Well, it was supposed to rain here for 3 days too, but we finally got it this afternoon when I got off the phone with Aquarius. He was like, "Yeah, you're supposed to have rain coming." I'm like, yeah, we had a little bit, but it was just a drizzle.
Rained out.
And then as soon as I got off the phone with him, he was like, "Boom!" Yeah. And that was about time the dog needed to go out to pee, and she didn't want no part of it. You know, that little puppy, she She done had a bath today, so she ain't want no part of going outside in that mess.
Old ways prep, old ways. You got up to 90 there. It lowered. I mean, I like hot weather, but I have my limits. Like
Yeah.
90 and something above is.
Tell you what, give me 50-degree weather year round. I'm happy.
My dang cat used to climb into my pants when it was time to go. And then you have to convince them it's not a great place to nap.
Oh,
If it fits, it sits.
No, lady's mama, she's got to where she's on blood thinners and stuff, so she's feeling colder than she is. Plus, she's 87 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, she has thin skin and all that stuff. My lady told her yesterday, she's like, would you turn that air conditioner on? It is hot up in here. It's like, well, I hope when you get old, you get as cold as I do. I'm like, man, that's kind of like a little spiteful thing to say. I mean, who would want to wish anything harsh on their youngins?
Yeah, but it drove the message home, didn't it? But my problem is with the muscular dystrophy is my body doesn't do well in the cold. And anything like 60 and above, I'm comfortable
Like,
in.
like I said, I spent too many years up north, I think. I mean, was working in like Washington State, Chicago, and 3 years solid in right around Detroit. I mean, just
And that's the thing, how like sickness can mess with your body like that. Because I mean, I was born in Cleveland. It shouldn't, the cold shouldn't bother me. It didn't bother me up until the time I was about 18. I started having symptoms and stuff, and they misdiagnosed me. But I can shiver. Just it only takes a right breeze to hit me, I'll start shivering, and it's not like I can't control it. And
her mama's always said, "Well, I know if Chris puts on a jacket, it's cold out."
yeah.
I mean, dude, I can't wear nothing more than a hoodie all winter.
We'll hide you.
I take that back. I actually did put my field jacket on one time, and that was because I had to go up her house and defrost her heater because it was froze up, and there was about 6 inches of snow on the ground.
Oh,
I mean, it was the middle of the night.
yeah. I'm still kicking around the idea of going propane next year because it's hurting me to haul the wood. The deal.
Yeah,
I hate.
I mean, we've got a wood stove and all that, and I told her, I was like, it's a lot of work. We're getting older, and it does put soot and all that in the house, and it brings a lot of possible bugs in the house when you're bringing wood and stacking it in. Unless you want to leave it all on the porch and bring it all in when it's cold, but
yeah, I was saying earlier that I needed to put a new coat of paint in this room, and most of the rooms. And that's because of the stove.
yeah.
Of course, the stove is not in very good shape. And this is his last year of being used because it is in bad shape. It's not safe to use, really.
Yeah.
But
And I mean, I even thought about, doing like, a wood furnace, an outdoor furnace. But then you're outside doing all that.
yeah, you got to load that thing up.
Yeah.
Well, even the pellet. I mean, you still have to load the pellet. You could have a pellet loader for like a
Well, like a
pellet
pellet
furnace.
stove,
You still have to put
pellet
them in there.
stoves, most of them have a fan in them, so they still require electric.
Yeah.
And a lot of them have an auger as well. And
All right. Oh, we have to treat its eye again.
but
You poor thing.
I don't know. I just got tired of all the dirt and everything else being broken, drunk in the house.
Oh, that stuff! I'm telling you what, wood is about the dirtiest thing. I mean, I sweep this place like it feels like
Yeah.
50 times a day, but
Yeah.
I'm exaggerating, of course, but still.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Mr. Heater probably. At least one in here in the living room, probably one back there by the back door.
Nah,
That should be enough because I don't use those rooms
we'll talk
very
about
rarely.
it between now and then.
So
Figure and come up with better options for you. But what do you think your average low is?
mm, I would have to say mid-20s. On average. Not this weird ass weather we've been having, but just on average, I think about 20s, about mid-20s. Sounds about right. This year wasn't right. This winter wasn't right. It was off the hook.
Yeah. Yeah. I buffered for a minute. Here, I think we average about 10 to 20 days a year at the most below 20 degrees. Usually, I would say 10 days a year below 20, 25 degrees. And that's been, halfway up on the plateau.
It's call me Cat Tree.
And with being halfway up on the plateau, we get a lot of creativity that comes from this. And
I think you're trying to freeze up on me, Tien. We're talking about cold weather, and your stream decides to freeze. That's how it works.
my kids went up there and hopped on the internet and tried to use up all my bandwidth.
I'd share some of mine if I could, but it's not made possible just yet. And I'm on Wi-Fi. I'm not really too happy with that. Modem's over there, and it's got this short ass cord on it, so I'm gonna have to get a longer Ethernet cable.
Yeah, I told her. I thought about. I want to get. I want to get a better router because right now we're using like the router that our internet company provided us with, so it's junk. And it just seems to be getting worse and worse. And I thought
Yeah.
about running an actual cable from it down to my shop.
If you notice a drop in speed, you can always add there's a little repeater thing you stick in between the cable.
Man.
Um,
Well, see, it's not so much speed. It's just like, I have full signal and then it just gone.
Hmm.
Nothing moves. It's just my signal is just up and down. I know it's the rare.
yeah, I noticed that right just then. It was skipping words. Um, I've been happy with the fiber, but here lately it's been cutting off for some reason, and I'll wait a few minutes and it comes back on again. And at first I thought it was the modem. When they checked the line and everything, they said they were going to send somebody out. I never seen anybody, but it hasn't
Yeah,
cut off
well,
since then.
my my Wi-Fi people or my internet people, which is also my phone people, they installed our fiber, and about 2 weeks later, they ran it across our field, and then they put coils on the tops of the poles across on either side of the field, which is all well and good. I do this crap for a living,
Mm-hmm.
and within I don't know, maybe a month, we had a bunch of windstorms and whatnot. So it blew the coils because, ended up with a big belly down across the field. And it dropped that cable from probably 25 feet up in the air down to about 15 feet in the air and pulled all
Yeah.
the coils off of the poles. And I told them, like, y'all need to come out here and fix this and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, that was a year ago.
We when they ran mine, they ran it up right next to where the water line and the phone line was, so it's right
Right.
next to the driveway. And then at the pole, they have a box, and then they have a big, big coil of the fiber. Like you said, it's a big coil right there, and I could grab it. I mean, it's not like it's up where you can't touch it. It's right there, arm's length, right in front of you.
Right.
I don't know that anybody's messed with it. I don't think they have, but I mean, that thing's blowing around in the wind all the time. And I've seen my speed suffer. It when I
Well, I
first
mean,
got this,
go ahead.
when I first got it, I was like 760 up and down. Now it's like all over the place.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, mine actually is going through a tree too now. And I told them, I was like, same company does the phone and all that. And like, y'all need to come out here and trim this tree. I was like, well, they called me back the next day. Oh, well, we'll come out there and do that. I'm like, it ain't no hurry. And at that point, we were getting a lot of rain, and that pasture that they would have to pull up in to, with a bucket truck to cut that tree,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it would have been a mess. I was like, ain't no hurry. Of course, they took that as, a year and a half later.
Shit. I can't say
Still
this about the Wi-Fi. I can go up here in the woods up as deep as I can, and as long as I still know where the direction of the house is, I can still get Wi-Fi on my phone. And I've cut my Wi-Fi down to like 25%, transmit. And I'm like, damn, I'm still picking it up. Either my phone's got a hot receiver or that Nokia is just flat out burning up the airwaves. And whereas I know they're only maybe a few hundred milliwatts, I guess, and still I'll go up there in the woods
Yeah.
and the trees loaded with leaves right now.
I can't go from one end of our yard to the other and still have a signal. Ask Robert. He knows. He's like, bzz, gone.
My modem is not even 2 foot off the floor right now because I didn't. I mean, why in the hell? Why did they put it under a window of all things, and then in a place where you possibly could not put a shelf, and then the cord's too short, even if you did have a shelf to put it on? It was. I don't know what it was made for, except maybe if you decided to tell them, "Hey, I want it in the kitchen, put it on the counter." I can understand that, but they put it under a window, and either side of the window, there's no place to put a shelf. Make any sense at all to me? I guess people now are putting them in closets or putting them in cabinets or putting them on the counter in the kitchen, but not every home's set up the same way. So it's sitting there on the floor behind a TV stand.
Yeah, anyway. Sorry. I was checking on the pup and all that. That Beyond Meat stuff. You ever tried it?
No, don't want to.
Well, see, I never really wanted to. But like I was telling Aquarius earlier, when that stuff really started to come out, my doctor was like, "Oh, you got high blood pressure. You got, this, that." And so I was like, "All right, well, I'm gonna start changing the way I eat a little bit." And I have fixed all this since then, naturally. Got off all the medications that I was prescribed, all that. And my numbers are better than they were before he tested me. But I tried when Burger King came out with their little Beyond Burger. And I'm going to tell you, it wasn't bad, man. And I was telling Aquarius earlier, I just had some thoughts the other day, and I was like, yeah, I think I'm going to try it. And I looked up some recipes and whatnot, and I asked my old lady, I'm like, are you interested in trying this? So I'm going to make me some black bean burgers. Now, I've tried turkey burgers and all that.
No, I can't have beef. So, I mean, and I've got black beans in there, but they're canned, but people are saying that with the black bean burgers, that's pretty close to beef. And I'm just, my head can't, I can't process that. I'm like, see how a bean can taste like beef.
Huh?
And that's the one thing I love is beef, but I just can't. My body can't process.
Well, I love beef too, but I'm telling you, I'm gonna make some black bean burgers this week. And I mean, I found a recipe, and I think I'm gonna try it. But it's like I told her, I was like, I have nothing against trying these black bean burgers and trying. I've tried the fake eggs that were based off of fava beans. I mean, they were good. And to me, they tasted like eggs. But, and And I also know, they use, the liquid off of like canned beans to make whipped cream.
Hmm.
That's what vegans do. And I do know, that crap, anybody can say what they want. It is better for the environment. It's better for our bodies. Ground beef has a lot of saturated fats, blah blah blah.
That's what my body can't process.
Right.
Plus,
So
there's no carbs in beef anyway, and I have to have
right,
carbs, lots of them.
right. So
And
I'm gonna try making these black bean burgers this week.
you let me know how that goes, because
Well,
when I'm
but
getting to
this
that
chick, she
point,
had a pretty good idea because, like I said, I've made turkey burgers for her and I put them on the grill, and the only problem is with them, they usually kind of like fall apart. It's hard to keep them from separating.
hmm
But this lady, she said you take the black beans and you put them like on a cookie sheet in the oven and dry them out first. And canned beans. And I mean, we can our own beans. So I was like, that wouldn't be a problem.
I hear you, sunshine, but some of us have been denied.
We are not talking snowflake talk. She's the one sitting there talking about whipped coconut cream.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm willing to try. I mean, I've always been a very avid cook. I try everything. But
Well, I'm
yeah,
getting to the point where I can barely afford meat, but I can
yeah.
afford veggies,
I'll say
all
that's
day
something me
long.
and Aquarius was talking about earlier. Like, well, maybe they're prepping us for that. But I was telling him, I was like, I have no problem eating bean burgers. But if I go to like Sam's or Walmart or wherever, and they have bean burgers in the freezer, I have no problem buying them, and I would buy them, and I would eat them if they're good. But I'm not going to pay more for them than I'm paying for a beef burger.
Hmm.
That's kind of like, no, that don't even make sense.
No. Um,
But if I can make them myself and make them cheaper, yeah, I'm going to try it. Because, I mean, it's still protein.
yeah, I haven't checked it out yet, Passamaquoddy, and man, lately I've been well, I keep putting it off, but I'm going to have to
Wild,
rethink
Wild
my
Fork,
budget.
isn't Wild Fork one of them subscription services?
I'm not sure,
I think it
but I'm going to have to rethink my budget for food because it's getting to where I can't, you know,
I'll say, like,
it's
you know,
ridiculous expensive. Well, and
see,
again, I
that
mean, you can avoid all that stuff though, sunshine. And Carol, I think you know that you do
making
like
your
Chris
own.
is doing, yeah. Because unfortunately, they're pushing it on everybody. But I was doing really good. I order my stuff on Amazon, and sometimes some stuff from Walmart. Like I get my coffee from Walmart because I can get the 40 pound. You know, what is it? The Walmart brand. So I just ordered 2 big cans of it, and I got to have my coffee in the morning.
Always,
You know,
I know better. You can sit here and talk negative about vegans, but yet, on the other hand, I know you eat a lot of vegetables and a lot of foraged things.
I had my first.
I mean, every, everybody in this, almost everybody in here has a garden. I mean, almost everybody in here is in the same group, and they will go out there and they will pick stuff out of their garden, and that will be their dinner. So don't, you know, I'm not saying I'm going to eat, eat. I'm just,
Yeah,
I ain't got a problem
internet.
with eating a salad 2 or 3 days out of the week.
Well, our
Right.
body needs.
I'm not saying I'm giving up meat. I mean, I raise meat, but I mean, I still like having other opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, I keep readjusting my menu every month, and I think I'm getting to where it's working for me. But good lord, you just really have to. You could spend hours shopping, on Amazon or Walmart.com or any website because you I don't know what the deal is. But, I don't want to buy in bulk. I don't need 50 cans of green beans. What I want is maybe one or, 2 or 3 cans of green beans and not the great big 10, number 10 cans. I need the 15-ounce can. But they're like shoving this shit down your throat. It's like, here, buy these great big cans and you need 6 of them.
And I'll tell you what,
And
you take, well, it's like, you know, Tom Garvey, right?
heard of them, yeah.
You need to watch him, dude. I mean, he's a retired chef. I think I told you that in the past. But I've started doing stuff like, a few years ago, we started like spiralizing zucchini and whatnot, just as an alternative to like pasta.
I'm seeing that a
Tom,
lot. They're
Tom,
talking.
Tom's not necessarily keto though. Tom Garvey, the keto cook.
But I'm seeing this a lot where they're taking
Yeah, he's actually the
different
one I told you
vegetables,
to
making
watch.
pasta.
Yeah. But anyway, you can spiralize any kind of squash, pretty much. And I mean, I've tossed it with like lemon and butter and whatnot. And it's just something that's a little lighter in the middle of summer instead of something as heavy as pasta. Because you know as well as I do, when it's the dead middle of summer and it's hot, you don't want something heavy. Or I don't.
No,
Especially when you've been out working in the garden or yard or mowing or whatever all day long. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So I mean, that's when we eat a lot of salads and kind of, I mean, we might grill some chicken and put a little grilled chicken on top of a salad or steak or whatever. But I don't want like no big old T-bone and a loaded baked potato and all that. When I've been out mowing all day. there you go. Sandwich. Fresh, mater, lettuce, and maybe some bacon. Sandwich.
Absolutely. Well, I've already transitioned towards sandwiches. I've been eating the hell out of bologna and stuff here lately because it's like I want meat, but I don't want to pay an arm and a leg for it. So get lunch meat.
Carol,
I'm gonna start making my own bread.
we've got a hand crank one, and I don't know. I've got a big KitchenAid, and there's a lot of things. I just will have the handheld model. I guess the spiralizer is one of them. I had the thing that like shredded your vegetables and all that for my KitchenAid, and I don't know where it went, but I don't. But it like shredded them. I mean, it was supposed to like slice them and all that, but whatever.
I forget what mom and dad had. That thing could do everything.
Carol, can you do like chaffles? No, she can't do chaffles.
Yeah, I bought my own box of Nutty Buddies. They're almost gone too. Old ways,
Yeah,
I could put like spinach and lettuce together, which I might be weird, but
Carol, get you like some big butterhead lettuce leaves and just make you some wraps. And there's your sandwich.
I've also been thinking that 2-ingredient bread too.
Hey Aquarius, I used some Nutty Buddies for some bait in one of my traps tonight.
I don't know why is he too shy to come up? He's never been shy before.
I don't know.
Possum Aquati, you're absolutely right, and I probably will end up having to do that because people, which they haven't actually. I've gotten rid of most of them, Chris. It's like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders.
What?
Some of the riffraff that's been coming around.
Oh,
the addicts.
Imagine that.
Yeah, well, one's in jail right now. He's probably not getting out for a while because his next bed, his next 3 hots and cot will be courtesy of a prison.
Well, at least it's all bought and paid for,
right?
And yeah. He ain't got to worry about paying no bills for that.
He's not living on nobody's.
Yes, Robert. He was asking you to come up. But in the meantime, I'm going to step outside. I don't know where in the heck all these gnats are coming from. I ain't even got no plants growing in here.
That's what I've been dealing with.
Yeah. Remind me to discuss that when I come back.
All right. Chicken enchiladas. Yeah, Carol, I made chicken soft burritos tonight. And probably tomorrow. Well, no, probably next couple of days because I think 2 nights in a row might be a bit much. But I'll probably make some bean burritos. Probably towards the end of the week or something. But yeah, I did. It was with the Swanson's canned chicken breast. And then, you know, fixed it with the taco seasoning just like you would regular beef tacos. And I don't put a whole lot of stuff on mine. I just put, the chicken and cheese, sour cream on mine because I'm just, I'm all about that meat. But then, just a little sour cream on one edge of it, and then you use that sort of like a glue to close your tortilla up. And so I fold one end in and then just fold the rest of it over on itself. And then that sour cream, you still get that sour cream when you take a bite, and it acts like a sort of like a glue. So not gluten, just glue. Don't fight on my desk. Nope. Oh, we almost had a fight right in the middle of the live. Nah. YouTube doesn't even allow cats to fight on here. Stop. Oh, no. Well, she don't want to share me with nobody. Stop. No fighting. You want to fight? Pick a side, Ukraine or Russia. Yeah. Easy now, Keel. Easy. What's amazing is he never has to feed that fire. The fire is eternal. You've seen that that place. Don't ask me where it's at, but it's a cave, sort of a cave. It's got water in it, but there's a gas pocket, and that right in the middle of that water, there's fire. I would love to go see that in person. You could put it out and then just strike a match or a lighter, and it would start back up again. It's just a little flame. It's not like a great big. One day someone's going to do that, and it's going to be like a big pocket of gas explode in their face. It's going to be horrible. But yeah, my cats do that a lot. I don't know what the deal is. That's what I've been noticing here lately. They used to all get along. And the only time I ever had any problems with the cats was like towards, spring, like right now, where the males have to prove they're more manly than the other male, the old alpha male deal. And then when things calm down with the ladies, then they stop their fighting. But now I've got the females and the males are all fighting with each other and whatnot. Well, looky there. It's Wilson.
Hey, Barry.
Hey, what's up?
What I hear you saying? If we can't get along, we ought to be apart. Oh, brother, I'm glad to see them cats out and took you out. So funny.
I tell you what. It's a wonder they haven't.
All right. Do you fully realize what you're doing by having me up on panel?
Well, I know what you're capable of. Yes.
Well, I hear lately there's a price on my head, so you might get booted off of the platform just for having me on here.
Well, that's okay because I'm holding back a lot of stuff. You know this.
I heard that. Well, we'll move right along then.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Lord, I'm just sitting over here eating boiled peanuts, and enjoying some downtime and just hanging out, nice and quiet.
Man, that's what it's all about on a Sunday night.
Yeah,
Well,
it's real peaceful.
Well, it's kind of Monday, but whatever. Not for
And you
everybody.
It's all nice and peaceful. Then it's
Yeah, I don't know. This little dude right here, he didn't even. His ears just perked up for a second when you did that.
oh, did he really?
He's like, that's not real. The hell, Dad?
Oh, hey, at least I made his ears twitch.
He's the one taking care of the babies. I'm really shocked. He's the first male cat I've ever seen do that.
Well, that's pretty cool.
And the two will come up there. It was Missy's babies. She just had the two. And both of them have this thing where they'll walk up to him if he's sleeping on the couch, the enchanted couch.
Yeah.
And they'll walk up to him and they take their paw and it looks like they're like, blessing him or petting him one.
Oh my.
And they'll just pad on the couch right next to him. They'll pad the couch, then go to sleep right next to him. And I looked over there a few times. He had his paw around him like like you would cuddle a kid or something.
Mm.
I was like, man, I'm not believing what I'm seeing.
He's like, hey, just act like you're good with kids. The women will be all over you.
And any other time, he's like, I want to fight every male I ever see. He's like, I want to be alpha male.
But he's there with two females, right?
Three.
He got one boy cat in there and three female cats in there.
There's let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 males and 3 females
in the house.
No, because there's 3 that won't come in unless they're hungry or it's too cold.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
Okay. But we might need to have an intervention.
Yeah. Yeah, they spend more time outside. The other 3 they're just kind of like, they're part of the family, but they would rather be outside. And the only time they come in is when it's just too cold or it's too rainy. And, I'm just like, yeah, changed your mind, didn't you?
Yeah. Like, hey, it's storming out there, right? Loud noises. It's scary.
They're wet when they look chubby when they're dry, and then when they're soaking wet, they're like skinny as a rail. And you're like, dude, you need to eat a hamburger.
Yeah. Yeah. When them cats get wet, it's like, a squirrel's bigger than you. Right? There's a bunch of fluff there.
Yeah. I had one. I don't know what happened to her. She's been gone for like 2 years now. Her name was Nugget. She was about a medium-sized tortoise shell.
Yeah.
Calico, and she was sweet as could be. But man, she could take a squirrel down in like a second. I've never seen so many squirrels and rabbits right on my doorstep as I did when she was alive.
Oh, wow.
I mean, she must have really loved her family because she'd bring them like every week. There'd be a new one on the doorstep. I'm like, thanks, but you really didn't leave us much meat.
I'm trying to show you what to do.
Yeah, maybe like the head or something, with one ear missing or something.
Yeah, they'll normally eat the head.
Yeah.
That's where them good cholesterols are. Yeah.
But, she's missed, but boy, I mean, if we could have trained her to bring him to us in one piece, oh God, we would have been eating, would have had food in the freezer, and
they've got hunting dogs, and I'm really sure that at one time, we trained cats to hunt for us. They were a little more, on the sketchy side, but it worked out most of the time, like hawks, but they had hunting cheetahs, and I know they had hunting cheetahs is what we'll say. And then probably some servals and some other stuff.
Can
All right,
you
Chris,
imagine though?
Chris, back. We're talking about
Yeah, quit talking about me. I didn't realize I had my camera on. Damn.
Yeah,
So-
I was concerned about your fire, but I realized it's a forever flame. So everybody said you disappeared into the woods, and I was like, no, he didn't. He disappeared in the fire.
Yeah. I went to get up and I was like, dang, my youngin' done drug the chair halfway across the floor. Had to fix all that. And now I know the camera was on. That was probably an awesome view. But anyway. So how you doing, Mr. Aquarius?
I'm all right, Chris. Doing fine, brother. Doing fine.
I will be right back, guys.
Oh, I come back and he leaves.
South Florida Sunshine's asked a question down there. It says, what animal leaves a head? She's asking possum. Normally, if the possum is in a mafia, they will leave the head on your doorstep as a message.
What animal leaves the head of a possum?
I think just what animal leaves a head? And she's asking, is it a possum? That's what I'm getting in that Floridese down there. Floridese.
Miss Kitty. I guess that's when they say punctuation
Yeah. A little common.
helps. Anyway, I don't know. I've never had a critter leave a head on my porch.
Leaves a rat head, eats the body. Well, a cat will. A lot of times they'll catch a mouse or a rat or something, and they'll eat the head and they'll leave the body because that's where the good cholesterol is. They're getting that boost.
Hey, howdy, garden.
Brother Glenn coming in from the South Florida Sunshine as well down there. A killer iguana.
Killer iguana.
See, I need to search that out. I'm sure if you do
This is the kind of stuff we got to deal with. Killer iguanas, rat heads.
I bet you there are some.
We have a very interesting community.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. And then we had, I ain't seen Star in a while, but Star used to come in and different places.
Yeah,
He'd be talking about the leopards, cobras, and stuff. Things work out. Things work out. Don't worry.
Yeah.
This,
I like him.
yeah, he's a good dude. But we got red belly snakes down in Australia that they worry about and talking about and stuff like that.
I'll tell you, there are things in Australia that kind of keep me to the point where I don't think I want to go to Australia.
They got some scary stuff.
Yeah, wait, you know that one spider they got that like digs that hole?
That funnel web.
Yeah, the one that like if it detects any vibration, it's supposed to be like one of the only aggressive bugs out there.
Oh, that's good news.
Yeah, and apparently they had a lot of issues
I make vibrations.
They're toxic. Yeah, they're
Yeah,
toxic.
yeah.
And I mean, people's dogs were getting killed by them and whatnot.
Whew. And aggressive.
But you know, we're invading their territory.
Yeah. I mean, we're invading everybody's territory.
Yeah.
You know. But
Yeah, okay. They're not bugs, technically.
you know, they're arachnids, but then so is I think a horseshoe crab's an arachnid too. But you didn't know that. They're not crabs. Horseshoe nut crabs are not crabs. They are arachnids. That's right.
Yeah.
I bet nobody cared about that either. They're most closely related to arachnids, not crabs.
Yeah.
Really
But crabs are scavengers.
The crabs are tasty.
Yeah, they are tasty.
Catfish are scavengers, and they're tasty as well.
Yeah.
Lawyers are scavengers, but they're not. Well, some of them could. They're not tasty. Yeah.
We're doing good, Glenn. It's good to see you in here tonight. So we might do this every Sunday night.
Well, that's cool.
That's what I was thinking.
It's Sunye.
Yeah, there you go, Sunye.
It sounds like a South America brand for like a lemon lime drink.
Yeah, like Sundrop, but it's Sunye. But we're going to start off on Fridays, and we go to Saturday, and then finish it up with Sunye. Round out a perfect weekend right there.
Sounds like a plan. Boy, don't even think about it. That cat, don't just leave her alone. Don't even look at her. That moment has passed.
Fixing to hear some more scrapping, ain't we? It's about to go down.
Man, I think he got too close to her babies, and she was like, Oh. What's what's wrong with your live stream, Old Ways? Uh-oh. We lost Chris. There we go.
It's getting old. Oh,
I know I'm getting old, but you're going to have to rub it in. Dang.
you know, you're almost as old as me.
Yeah, I was trying to, it just happens like every damn year.
Like getting the old thing is like the ultimate. That is like one of the it's the darndest thing about life, you know. When you're a kid, you want to get old, and when you're old, you want to be a kid again, and you know you don't want to keep getting older, but you don't want it to stop either. And nobody wants to suddenly, okay, I'm just going to stop here. I don't want to get any older. You know,
nobody ever says they want to be decrepit and old, right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you know, but if you know you're headed that way, so you're literally volunteering for it. It's like, yes, please, I want to be that guy.
Why can't we just stay young, but just the number can just keep climbing if it wanted to, I mean.
Well, yeah, we can have our.
My birthday's in June, and I'm gonna be 28.
There you go.
What?
That's some funny math you're using. Funny math.
Hey, my mom said she didn't have any kids older than 30. So, the mom said it. I have to believe it, right?
Yeah. What was that movie with dude in there with where they could pick a certain age to stay, and they had their time. What was that movie? They had their time on their written on, it was on their arm and a little under triple word score triple word score subcutaneous, okay, in a subcutaneous display of their time that was left on the earth to live. And when you worked, you got paid in time. When you bought something, you spent a little of your time, you know. And it was a great movie. I can't think of what the name of the movie was. It had a big star singer.
I can think of the most relative movie to current times though. And I've been
What's
telling
that?
people this for 10 years.
Idiocracy.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, subcutaneous could have been.
I
one
mean,
of the-
now it's kind of become a thing. Everybody says it. But I was telling people that 10 years ago.
Absolutely.
Like, for real.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We all
we
for real. We are the ancestors of idiocracy right now.
But now it's like a lot of people, you tell that, they don't even know what that movie is.
I know.
And I mean, back then it was a comedy. I mean, you know, it's still a comedy, but still, you know, just.
I think it was sent from the future as a warning.
I was fixing to say it's just one of those movies that didn't intend on telling the future, but it did.
Mm-hmm.
What was his name? Connor. Oh, what was the dude's name? Remember, you know what I'm talking about. Connor from.
Connor McLeod of the Clan McLeod.
No, not Connor McLeod. That's who my son's named after, but she doesn't know that. But anyway. No, Connor from Terminator.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sean Connor. John Connor. John Connor.
John Connor. Yeah.
Can anybody hear me? If you can hear me, you are the resistance.
Beef and chicken has thoughts. I've seen him.
Well, hello there. Beef and chicken has thoughts.
I think I seen him in Lance's live earlier.
Yeah, I've seen him around.
Welcome to our live.
Him or her. Never know.
No.
Beef and chicken has thoughts. There's no indication of, nuggets involved there. We don't know.
I have no idea what y'all talking about. Sean Connery. Y'all know who Sean Connery is? Cubert? What the crap?
Bond. James
He was
Bond.
the original. There can be only one.
Yeah. What was his name? What was his name in that? The Spanish peacock is what Connor called it.
Spanish peacock.
Ramirez.
What does haggis? Beef and barley and sheep stomach. I love the movies.
Back when they put some effort into them.
Yeah.
Hey,
I
the
did
first
not like the
Highlander.
series though. I didn't like the series.
The first Highlander was great. And then they had, might have been the second one too was okay, but the one where they came from outer space, another planet, you know, that was, yeah, that
See,
went way
that
out.
was trying to tie into the series a little bit, I think.
Well, the TV series a long time ago, I used to watch that. I loved it.
I didn't like the series,
Yeah,
but it's kind of like Stargate. I loved the movie,
yeah,
and then when the series came out, I was like, because you had a
yeah,
little different character cast,
yeah.
so it just kind of 13th Warrior was a good movie. That was a real good movie.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, but I still watch the series for
yeah,
Stargate. I guess
I did too, and
even
well,
the
I mean,
new Battlestar Galactica. I
the
watched all
first,
those.
but Stargate at first I didn't like the series, and then I was like, well, I'll give it a chance, and I loved I love the original series now.
See, I didn't have cable or satellite when both of those were on. Um, I went.
We've had this
Well,
discussion before. We know,
yeah, what did we? Okay.
yeah. I think it
Well,
was
okay,
actually on
fine,
Barry's last
Chris,
time. We was talking about
fine.
all this sci-fi and all that, wasn't it?
I'm older than you. Hush. Respect the elder.
Yeah, you're about a week older.
You think
Um,
so?
yeah, yeah. That's the one. The quickening didn't make any sense, but
Yeah.
that was because it had Adrian in it instead of Christopher Lambert. Well, it had Christopher Lambert in it, but it was focused on Adrian, the dude from the series.
Adrian. Oh, that was.
Yeah, no, not that is.
Never mind. That was Rocky, wasn't it?
I was.
Aliens with mohawks flying in on a hoverboard.
Yeah,
You know.
and then all of a sudden he's young again.
Yeah. They had to bring it. They had to bring it in somehow because the original movie was there can be only one, and then you get the prize, and so there was only one left, and he gets to grow old and die. And so, what do they do to bring it back out? So they had to reach, you know, and they brought in aliens. So, but I didn't see the series that you're talking about. That must have been that was, I never saw that where they were supposed to be from another planet. So that's a good way to bring it back in. I guess it just didn't. It just didn't crank my tractor.
Passamaquoddy, those are all now on Blaze and that other. What's that other TV channel? Oh, well, it'll come to me when I'm not on the live, I'm sure. But all those shows are on there now.
Having the original Gorilla and others from the. Are you talking about King Kong, or are you talking about Planet of the Apes?
Yeah, I was thinking Planet of the Apes.
Yeah, I love those. I love those series of movies.
There's several of the newer Planet of the Apes movies I haven't seen.
Oh, I'll tell you what, y'all. I can't. I guess Bob might have mentioned it, but people were talking about Tubi. Now I'm addicted to Tubi. It's like if I want to see something, like not everything that comes to mind is on there, but like I watched the almost done with the V series. The not the original, but
V.
the remake.
I remember V. I remember that one.
Yeah,
I remember when that
I'm
came
almost
out.
done with it.
Is it the original one or is it?
No, it's a remake. But and I looked to see if they had the original. I didn't see it, so I don't know if it's just.
Do you remember that Robert,
Yeah, and I remember you was in diapers when the original V came out.
I remember when the original V came out, and that was about the same time that the original Flash Gordon TV show came out.
Yeah, okay, it was you, Carol. I know we had a conversation on a live, and then after that, I was like, I'm going to download it and see what it's about. And I'm like, hell, I love this. I don't need a TV.
Uh, I don't know. Flash. I want to. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Did I? I guess I missed out on the Flash Gordon. If there was a TV series,
Oh my God, I wasted too much time watching that show.
I remember the
Yeah.
movie.
It was
Yeah.
stupid.
It was bad.
Do you
Really
remember the
bad.
Greatest American Hero?
Oh
God,
God. Oh my God, no.
believe it or not,
Yeah. I'm working on it.
I love that show.
I did too. But you know, when V come out, we used to play like kind of like this game on paper in school, trying to it's hard to describe, but we did. They're just so. I mean, that arrow is kind of etched in my mind.
Use your words, Chris. It's okay here. We're all friends. Okay. Just relax and let it flow.
Yeah, that's probably part of it. Queen. Yeah, Mork and Mindy. That was same era.
Nanu.
You know, we have had Connor watching that.
Oh, that's good stuff.
Yeah. We've had him watching that. We've had him watching Little House on the Prairie. We've had him watching take on it. Crap. The Wall.
Yeah, the Waltons. Yeah.
I hope you got him on the Grizzly Adams.
My mom used to say, if we're going to come in here, you're going to sit down and watch this with us. And I'm like, what is it? And they're like, the Waltons or Little House on the Prairie. And I'm like, I'm going to go outside and play. And then I ended up like watching a few episodes and I'm kind of like, I don't get it. Is this how life was when you grew up, Mom and Dad? Oh.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, MASH. I'd probably watch MASH a million trillion times from beginning to end.
MASH. Dude, MASH was awesome. I missed that show.
Yeah, hell yeah, man.
Oh God. BJ, Radar,
Hot Lips.
Hot Lips, definitely.
Gilligan's Island.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good stuff. That's some great TV back then. I can't believe it was all programming us to make society the way that it is, though. How
Oh,
did that happen?
Grizzly Adams was one of my first favorite shows.
Exactly.
I love that bear.
Yeah. Yeah, Trapper John, MD, or yeah, PJ. I never really watched that.
You know, old ways. If I wasn't a straight fella, he probably would have been my first crush too. Hey, Cosmic, how goes it?
The Cosmic Cultivators. It is good to see y'all. See, it's Sunday night after midnight-ish. They may be getting off of work soon or on their way home. I think y'all are off now, aren't you? Got like a 3 days or maybe Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday kind of thing. I don't know. Yes, I look just like Grizzly Adams. That's me. I've got on flannel and wool pants right now with suspenders.
And you got a pile of pine cones right next to the outhouse.
That's right. Pine cones. Yeah. You can wash them a few times. Reuse them.
Need to customize the coop into a brooder. Need to put a wall on a greenhouse along with roof. I've got 12 chickens coming. What is today?
Good night, had a garden.
Today is the 8th. I've got 12 chickens coming in 11 days.
Have a good night, Glenn.
Good night, Had a Garden.
Fresh chickens. That's awesome.
Yeah. Got 11 coming. That's them 4-H chickens I was telling you about.
Yeah. Hey, did we ever? Let me go back in time a little bit with the chat. Did we ever give like a serious answer on what? Okay, what leaves a rat head, or eats the head and leaves the body? I said a cat. I said a cat. Was there something else that would do that?
Well, she asked about a possum.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know.
If a possum could catch him, you know, I would. A raccoon would haul it off.
Cool.
Possum. I don't even know if a possum would try to catch a rat.
I think a possum would go butthole first.
Ew.
What do you mean? Oh,
I didn't know
You
any
ain't
of that.
did have you never seen a possum?
Have you ever seen a rat's butthole? It's little. How's a possum going to go in head first with that?
Have you ever seen what a possum does to a chicken? No, I know you do.
I know what my uncle did to a chicken.
I ain't going to get into all that, but
I don't know what
probably
I
same
know.
thing as a possum. I don't
But
know.
possums will. I know they'll pull the heads off. You know, it's like somebody gets that magical chicken wire. They'll reach in and grab them.
They'll also go anus first.
Huh?
They go for the soft meat first.
Okay. I thought you said something else.
I said they go for the anus first because it's the easy way into the soft meat.
Oh, okay. That's not been my experience, but you know,
Oh, that's been mine.
I'm going to get in trouble with my humor. You got to leave that for last. You know. Okay, I'm done. I might as well get down. See? Oh. I need to go.
Anyway, Cosmic. We have, I think, nine or 10 chickens. But we kind of got messed up, so we only ended up with 3 hens that we've been raising since April or somewhere around there. But we have 12 more coming in a week.
Well, you got another chance. I mean, it's almost like a crapshoot with straight runs, but you know, there is something to be
Well,
said for some slow cooked chicken. You know, coming up. All I'm saying, just tell them. I said, look, you need to start popping out some eggs, or y'all going to take a vacation in North Florida right there. Okay, get to lay out on the beach. I think we must be losing Chris.
Take a vacation in the deep freeze hotel.
Yeah, take a vacation on the grill. Put one of them little roosters on there and let the other one see. The rest of them's going to be popping out some eggs.
huh?
You put one rooster on the grill, you let the other ones watch, and they're going to be popping out eggs.
Well, we're going to start killing some roosters. We was actually going to butcher one today, but she wasn't feeling up to it. She wasn't feeling too well today. But anyway, they told us with 4-H chickens, we're supposed to be getting like 80 to 90% hens. And then we're supposed to sell 3 of the hens like next spring. But I've already told her, like, well, you know, if they're ones that we raise up, we may just go ahead and buy them back. And maybe buy some of the other kids' hens back too. Because at least we know how they were taken care of, you know? Hello?
Yeah. When you know what your animals are fed and how they're cared for,
Hey, Bob.
all the difference.
Yeah.
Bob, I sent you a link, but or I can put it in the chat down there. So, what creature would eat like a? Nobody asked this question. I'm going to because I must have a twisted mind. But what
It
animal
could
would
be.
go?
It could be a lot of things. I mean, realistically, I mean, if it just left a head, I mean, it could have been, you know, a cat, a dog.
I think they said they left the head. They ate it. They left the body, or they left the body and ate it. I don't know. Hell, I don't know anymore.
I thought the head was left and the body was gone.
Yeah, they left the head. I don't know. They left the head and ate the body. I don't know. I think we need a ruling. She needs to ask that question again.
Maybe we need to, like, you know, reinvestigate this.
Yeah.
Because I know, like, a lot of animals, the first things they'll do is they'll go, you know, like I said, anus to go after the soft bits. And there's a lot of other critters, they'll go after, like, the eyeballs. Left the head, she said.
Yeah, left the head.
Because I know, like, birds and whatnot, they'll eat the eyeballs out first. I really, I don't know.
Whatever it is, we can
It
understand it.
Could have just been a weasel.
We can all agree it was a considerate animal and it didn't take the whole thing and it shared with the homeowner. So, right there is yay nature, right?
See, well, see, that's the opposite. She said, yeah.
Yeah. Normally, yeah. See, Bob's got it there. Normally, cats eat the head of mice and birds. Got to get that, and other animals do too. But cats is like they're gonna get that cholesterol right there. They're good hit, and then they're gonna play with the body like it's a hacky sack for a while.
Yeah. And
Would
then
she
leave
let
it on
it-
my doorstep.
There's another thing, a hacky sack. Of course, that's not really all that old technology, but there's a lot of folks running around that ain't never heard of that.
Yeah, we done had this conversation today.
We
Oh,
have not talked about hacky sacks, sir.
no, we didn't talk about hacky sack. But we talked about a lot of other old stuff today.
Yeah, we
Oh.
did.
Anyway. I mean, there's a lot of critters out there. I mean, weasels, and I mean, she's close to the coast. You know, so it could be muskrats. You know, a lot of things.
Could have been the iguanas leaving a message for the mammals. Like,
I mean,
look,
it could have just been a rat. I mean, you know, a bigger rat.
could have been rats leaving a message. Yeah,
Could have been a rat saying, "Hey, don't mess with my rats."
that's right. You're in the wrong neighborhood, homie. Did you find all you got left now is a head. Cause problems for us now.
You done stepped off in the hood.
Right. Creeping around here.
I'll be back in a minute.
All
Let's
right.
go be here.
Yeah, she's got that smile that just brightens everybody's day, just like sunshine. I got a daughter named Sunshine. She's she's my sunshine. I'm not gonna start singing that song though. And my youngest daughter's name is Lily, so Sunshine helps Lily grow. They are inseparable. Oh, Bob, I'll go ahead, Aquarius.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just kind of chuckling. It's been kind of fun.
We were talking about. I had a cat that would. She was a calico, and she would bring me rabbits and squirrels without their head. So that's how we got into that conversation, Bob.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Today has been a blur. I've had so many. My dang phone has blown up most of the day, and it's like this one, and it just didn't stop. So I don't even know when we talked. Did we talk about that here?
We haven't talked about it, but we can if you want to.
I think that was last week. Oh no. We're talking about.
It's a blur to me, Aquarius. I don't know.
I don't know. It's a blur. This the last few weeks has been a blur to me. I've been like, okay, I'm gonna go over here and chill for a little while and look at some nice videos and drink my tea, and it can't even be left alone. All this stuff going on.
Yeah.
Oh.
Dude, I've had that brain fog, I swear, for a couple of weeks now. I cannot get it, like it's gone for a little while and then bang, it's right back again. I'm like, I don't think I'm doing too much. Maybe thinking too much, but
Thinking too much will get you hurt.
yeah, tell me about it. No, I think where you get hurt is when you start talking about what you're thinking about. I think that's where you get screwed up.
That's right. Yeah, then thoughts becomes words, and then you got the next step where words become actions. That's it's best to keep them as thoughts for a long time.
Well, oh, good Lord, dude. Well, it's a good thing that the brain has an unlimited amount of storage because it would be leaking out of my ears by now. Stuff I keep to myself.
Well, I can tell you it I think it does. In my case, my brain has limited storage. I have lost memories of my children and replaced those memories with lots and lots of gardening videos, to which I couldn't tell you which one I saw last or which one who did what, but it's all there.
But I joke about having brain fog, but then like out of the blue the other day, the Alcoa commercial. I mean, what's that all about? Why is your brain just randomly just throw shit like that? Pardon my language, but why are they? Of all the commercials I could have thought of, why a recycling company that makes aluminum or whatever?
That was in between a couple of TV shows that you really liked, and it activated you. You thought you were going to get the goodie of those TV shows, right? And it kicked that emotion in. So that's probably one of them deep-seated memories there.
Yeah, but I don't remember it ever being in color. It was always a black and white version of it. Bob, what's up?
What's up, Bob?
What's up, guys? Hello, everyone. Hello.
What are you doing?
Well, I'm doing pretty good, man. Yeah. Just waiting for the rain to stop around here.
Oh, well, we had rained all day here, but
Evening, Chris.
It wasn't a crazy thunderstorm, Bob. It wasn't like what we're used to. I mean, at the end, I always see these wicked storms, and today it was just like, a few lightning strikes in the sky and some thunder, and that was it. Some rain. It's like cool.
We had 2 warm days this year. That's it. 2.
Dang.
You
Yeah.
said you lived in Washington and you're waiting for the rain to stop.
Yeah, yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, Western Wash. Yeah, I'm wasting my time, but so I went and set up a clothesline to try to save some energy cost. And well, the other day was almost a nice day, and so I hung up a bunch of clothes. About 3 or 4 hours later, I mean, it's only for like 50 degrees, and that stuff ain't drying. And then it started raining, and oh man, it's like, get me out of here, man. I wanna.
That's what happens when you let the banana slugs vote on the weather.
Yeah, I know. I'll get through it though.
Put anything in the ground, Bob?
Just
We're
today,
not talking about bad neighbors either.
No. Well, yeah, I put in. I had like 6 petunias left to plant, and the other day, Mrs. and I went out thrift store shopping, and I picked up a couple of things and got them planted today. And yeah, that was. I might be done with planting for now. I mean, unless I find some kind of a flower or something that I just can't live without,
Or the missus sees something.
Yeah, that's the dangerous part.
Oh,
she wanted to go. She wanted to go down the other road when we were going to go out and get some thrift store stuff, and that road leads right past one of the nurseries. So I said, no, we're not going there, hon. We're going to go to the secondhand stores. Remember?
Yeah, she knew what she was doing.
She tried.
Oh man, I'm just getting warmed up with the planting, and I still have a lot of stuff to do out in the yard. What's slowing me down is just, it's not just the weather, but the fact that there's so much growth out here.
Wow.
that, you know, where it's just not been kept.
Yeah,
So,
that initial sit-ups with that, it's a lot of work.
Yeah. That's what we're up against. Most of my stuff's in pots, but when we moved here, I had no pots. I had no soil. I had nothing. You know, that was just at the end of last summer. So I've been working nonstop, making some good potting soil and getting pots and everything. And it's like some other stuff around the house have been neglected because of it, but you know, we're getting there.
I've got this wagon cart thing. Well, ever since last year, I dug up one of my hostas and I split it. And I just stuck it in my wagon, which I had full of soil and rabbit manure and all this stuff. And then I had a bunch of strawberries I had bought, and I just stuck them down in there. And that's where they spent all winter
Mm-hmm.
because I just didn't get to it. So I finally got to them the other day. Well, then, you know, I split them all out and blah, blah, blah. Well, then I went and put more soil, more compost, and then a bunch more rabbit manure in there. And it was composted rabbit manure, and it was stout. And I was sitting there mixing that up, and she's like, "Oh my gosh!" And she's like very nose sensitive, I guess you would put it.
Mm.
So I'm sitting there mixing all that up. I'm like, well, you know, gotta do what I gotta do.
Yeah.
Because I was trying to build, you know, another bed. But once I covered it with mulch and all that, it was all good.
Strawberries are pretty tough, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah. Hostas are really tough.
I've never
And
grown
actually-
those before.
Hostas are awesome, man. 'Cause
I don't
they
think
come
I've
back
ever
every
eaten it.
year. And,
You got some pretty ones out there too.
I'll do a little video. That picture I took, I sent Robert a picture the other day. I got this clematis. It's about 5 foot tall. Well, maybe 4 foot tall. And I mean, it's gorgeous. And I've had it, I don't know, 7, 8 years. And I was telling him I was thinking about, you know, trying to propagate it. And there's several different ways to propagate a clematis. But it has like huge purple flowers, bright purple flowers.
It is pretty.
And you can do it by cuttings or you can do it by dividing the roots. But you know, you divide the roots in the fall. But hostas, I've got them all in the same bed. It's a 2 foot wide by 12 foot long bed. It's 30 inches deep. And, you know, I just usually refill it with soil and compost and rabbit manure every year. But I mean, I've got hostas in there. Them leaves are bigger than my head. And I mean, I'm
Jeez.
talking probably just one leaf is probably 18 inches across, 20 inches wide, you know? I mean, they're big. I mean, he'd probably seen like the corner of, you know, a couple leaves because it's right beside that clematis.
Yeah, I saw it, and those are those big, lighter colored leaves.
And that's just
They're
one of them.
huge. It was huge.
And I mean, there's 5 of them still in that bed, and I pulled one out of there last year and split it. And I'm moving it into other beds. I mean, you can do that every year with them, but you know, a lot of them hostas are 4 or 5 years old, and they're actually edible. And I've never ate them, and I don't know that I would eat them.
Hmm.
But you know, I guess crap gets bad enough. At least you know you got it.
Mm-hmm.
They're supposed to be edible. Greens, the greens and the root. I think check on. Do your own research and make sure you got the right stuff. But
From what I understand, maple seeds are supposed to be edible, but
Yeah,
that's something I don't
Yeah.
want to take a chance on. But
yeah, I've seen that.
there's a lot of things out there that are edible that people don't realize. But
I've seen
it's like,
people out there.
go ahead.
Sorry, I've seen people out there shucking maple seeds. Now, a lot of work to it, and then they toast them up in the oven. Do a little seasoning with them, and then they toast them up. But it's YouTube, and it's guaranteed that there's videos out there showing people doing whatever you want to do, whatever you want to think about.
That's a fact. That is a fact. That's why I call it the University of YouTube.
Well,
yeah.
it's out there.
Mm-hmm.
I used to mess with herbs years ago, and I'm starting to think about getting back into it again because helped with a lot of issues I have as far as health goes. And good Lord, I've been finding all kinds of stuff out here if you just know what to look for. And this valley is just full of it now. So, I don't have to go any further than my backyard, which is all wooded area.
How's it going clearing all that stuff out, Barry?
It's a job. Well, it's gonna be a mess tomorrow if I try to do it, unless it rains again.
Mm.
So we got a good soaking. It rained from the time I got up till about I think around when the sun set, it finally stopped raining.
TN dropped off.
Still see him down here there we go.
There we go.
He's all over the place.
He's like Arnold Schwarzenegger. He'll be back.
I've seen a lot of people talk about hostas, about like when they first shoot up in old ways. She may know. I've never tried them, but a lot of people say they'll eat the shoots and you saute them up and be about like asparagus.
Huh. I like asparagus, but it doesn't like me.
I'll tell you. I love me some asparagus.
I'm starting to think that maybe because it was canned asparagus, which is
See, there's where you went wrong.
Yeah, it's not the same, and it just tore me up. I won't get into details, but
canned asparagus. There are certain vegetables you just can't eat canned, and you can't eat them frozen. And asparagus is one of them. Asparagus has actually gotten kind of wild in the South. $12 for 2 cubic feet of Pro Mix.
Yeah, I'm always busy gathering up stuff, organic stuff and paper and all that, chopping it all up, drying it, making it into fertilizer to add to some of the potting soil that I bought. It's working out pretty good. The flowers and all that seems to really like it. I had no problem growing anything so far. I'll take damn near any kind of paper and chop it up and grow flowers in it with the soil and the leaves and coffee grounds and all that. Yeah.
It's good stuff. Let them
Yeah.
worms turn it into gold.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mrs. bought a single burner electric hot plate thing, you call it, and for cooking fish outside, and it just doesn't get hot enough. So she gave it to me, and I bought a $1 frying pan at a secondhand store, and every morning I bring that frying pan into the kitchen and throw my coffee grounds into that, brew up some coffee, and come out here and dry those coffee grounds, and mixing that up with all kinds of other organic materials, and hoping to get some boxes of it and then store it over the winter and then fortify the soil from last year. That's what I'm hoping for next spring, you know.
Be some good soil.
Mhm.
Always seemed like my grandparents always had one place that they threw a lot of scraps and stuff, you know, and they had, of course, like one of them had compost pile going, and as always, some good dirt right there.
See, that's how messed up my thing is. It just said that I totally lost internet.
Tell you where the best soil comes from. The best soil in the world comes from underneath old wood piles. You get that soil, and you've got something there.
Oh yeah, you figure ants have been eating on the wood. Same with worms, and you know, oh
Yep.
yeah, mm-hmm. Yeah,
Same with old trees in the woods.
yeah, that too.
Some
Mm-hmm.
more of the best soil comes from underneath the rabbit cages.
That's true. That's some good stuff.
I'll tell
Okay.
you, midsummer, if I go out there with a shovel and get me a scoop, it ain't nothing. Just get me like one little shovel and see 100 worms.
Right on. That's kind of how my backyard is right now. All winter long, I've been chopping up paper and all that, throwing it out in the grass, and run it over with the mower. I don't pick up the grass at all. I just let it lay there. Man, I stick a shovel into the soil in the backyard. Oh man, up here comes a whole bunch of night crawlers. Like, hey, now we're talking. Now we got all that night crawler poo. Everything grows really well. So I'm pretty happy with the results. But this is
And
the first.
nothing else, you and the missus could take some of those earthworms and go fishing together and make a date out of it.
That's right.
She's a city girl. She loves fish, but she likes fish at the market.
You take her a blanket and some wine and some
Mm.
crackers and all that, you know.
Mhm.
And then you just, work on one of them. You can sit out there and you don't even have to bait a hook. You just lay the rod down there and y'all can just fish off the blanket.
Yeah,
Yeah.
true.
You can say you're fishing and they weren't biting.
But something got bit.
Yeah.
They're talking about Pro Mix. I use Pro Mix for seed starting, but Pro Mix is non-organic. Well, I'm not going to say it's non-organic. It's mostly cocoa. And that's one of the reasons I use it, because it's something I start seeds in indoors, and I don't have to worry about bugs or aphids or anything.
I've never heard of Pro Mix. Where do you get that at?
It usually comes in like compressed.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Comes in like compressed blocks.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But there are several different varieties of Pro Mix as well.
And there's a lot of videos out there about how you can make your own Pro Mix.
Right.
With all their different
Yeah.
kinds of twist on it.
Right on.
But I mean, I'm one of these people. I have, 4 cubic feet bags of cocoa core out there. I've got 4 cubic feet bags of peat moss. I've got, apparently now, I got a 4 cubic foot bag of perlite, which I didn't plan on all that, but it happened. Then I've got a 2 cubic foot bag of vermiculite. And then, but I also have blood and bone, and pretty much if you read about it, I've got it probably, if it's organic.
Yeah.
Because,
next
I do mix on my own soil.
That's what I'm doing. Yeah, mixing it up myself. Start with
I
a
know.
foundation of potting soil and start adding and more and
Yeah.
more. Mm-hmm.
I mean, it depends what I'm growing. I mean, some of it, I might want to mix some sand in it if it's some, something that I'm planting that wants, well draining soil,
Mhm.
And I mean, I actually have sand from aquariums, and I'll use that because that got some good stuff in it.
Yeah, it does.
But like I said, I do have Pro Mix, but I use it indoors, for seed starting.
Yeah, I have some cocoa core on the way. It should be here Tuesday.
Yeah. Plus, I do have. We do have a tortoise that we're not legally supposed to have, but we do. So his little thing has cocoa in it as well.
You're going to keep saying that. The turtle please are going to be after you.
Let them show up.
Turtle.
And let them explain to my 10-year-old that, the tortoise that he's had since he was 2, why they're going to take him away. Okay, whatever.
That would be a bad scene.
Yeah, wouldn't it though? Now that would be some heartless people to take a tortoise away from a 10-year-old. Yeah.
Can you imagine? The news story on that and the.
Oh, I'd turn that into a big YouTube thing right there.
Oh, I would too. You bet.
I'd probably turn that into like Nashville. They've got like this little thing where they do this little news thing where they go try to, I guess, impress different things upon people. Yeah, I'd turn that into them.
Well, Lifetime would already have a movie on, but before your boy had spent more than a week in jail.
And actually, I was telling somebody the other day, may have been my lady, back about 10 years ago, the college town we live outside of, about 30 minutes away, they hit international news. There was a bank robbery down around Atlanta, and they hit the highway heading towards Nashville. Well, a cop pulled this car over that looked like them, said they seen a dollar bill fly out of the window. Well, the door, they get out and they're pulling pistols and all this stuff out. Kids get out of the back seat, and this German Shepherd comes out, and family dog, maybe a little bit aggressive. I don't know. They shot the dog, made international news.
Nice. Dog was probably being protective of the kids and the family, is what it is.
That's all it was. That's a bad scene right there.
Yeah, it is. I wouldn't want to have my kids see that. That'd be a mess.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it got ugly.
Yeah, if they came and seized your turtle, you could turn that into a YouTube miniseries, man.
So I'm like, y'all already got bad influence. Y'all done shot a family dog.
Maybe Ernie the Turtle Man could show up too.
I'll be right back, guys. I got to go bring my dog in.
Yeah. Well, I was on Shadow Scout Swedes live on Saturday afternoon here. We just got back from out thrift store shopping, and I found a cast aluminum Dutch oven. I bought it, and I'm going to use it for flower pots, which it is right now. Man, some of them folks went into an uproar. Do you know how hard it is to find those, and on and on? Don't make it into a flower pot. A lot of folks don't understand that aluminum is porous. And I don't know who owned that Dutch oven before I got it. So what do you think the chances are I'm going to use it to cook with? They could have been storing motor oil in that thing for all I know, antifreeze or so. Yeah, I just thought it was kind of funny. Oh, they're hard to find. They're lightweight for backpacking. It's like, no, man, I'm turning it into a flower pot, man. That's all there is to it. I looked on the inside of that thing. It had all kinds of corrosion pock marks and inclusions from corrosion inside of it. It's like, no, man, that's not going to be used for cooking. That's growing petunias, baby. That's my mentality. Is like something like that that's old and secondhand. I don't really want to cook in it, unless I know the people it came from. I hope that makes sense to some folks out there, but that's just how I am.
It does to me too. I heard cast aluminum Dutch oven, and then I got disconnected.
Oh yeah. I had picked one of those up at a thrift store, and some of the folks on Shadow's panel said I should keep it, and on and on. And it's like, no, I don't want to cook anything in that. It's really not good to cook in aluminum, really. But
right, if it was stainless,
there you go.
You might be able to fix it.
Yeah.
But I mean, I've even picked up some mortar and pestles, but I don't know what they were used for previously. And I mean, some of them came from, the chemistry department and all that. So
I get it.
And I mean, unless it's that glass. I don't even remember what that glass is called, but it's a certain type of glass that they use for chemistry.
Oh, the Pyrex? or
Yeah,
heat
I mean,
resistant
right,
stuff. Yeah. Mhm.
yeah. I've got Pyrex, but there was a certain type of glass that Pyrex made
Mm.
that was impermeable. And I mean, if it wasn't that, I wouldn't trust it. I mean, because I mean, if it was used like in the chemistry industry or anything, yeah, there you go. Aquarius has got it. Borosilicate.
Yeah, Carol. There's a reason why they don't produce. I don't think they make aluminum pots and pans anymore. That pot metal stuff. I think they found out it ain't so good for your health.
Some of the non-stick isn't good for you either.
That's true. Very true.
But yet it's still being sold.
Yeah. Mhm. Yes, stainless steel. That's really tight weave in it, so stuff doesn't sink into that. That's why all of our pots and
And
pans are
see,
stainless.
that's even something else, I've discussed with her. Like, you know, if I buy a brand new stainless steel pan or pot, I'm all good
Mhm.
with it. But
Yeah.
if I buy a used one, with the way like YouTube and all that is now, I'm a little iffy
Mhm.
because were they using that to melt lead or,
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
and I mean, or, where is it even, where was it made?
Mhm.
Because, different countries may have different standards.
Yeah.
Okay, our stainless may have one standard, whereas like just say, you know, I'm not going to point out any other countries out specifically, but I'm just saying
Yeah.
other countries there may be a higher, like just say lead content. You don't know,
Mhm.
and I mean that's the kind of crap that worries me anymore.
Could have been made in the inclusion zone of Chernobyl too.
Or used as filled with trichloroethane for a meth lab somewhere. Who knows? That's why I use stuff. Mrs. won't have that stuff.
Yeah, that's exactly my point. You don't know if
Mhm.
it was used in a meth lab. You don't know if it was used,
Mhm.
chemistry lab, or if it or like some of the old cast iron. I mean, I know some people that when I was younger, they used to use cast iron. Good night, old ways. Um, but I know some people used to use cast iron. And they'd melt lead in it. Well,
Correct.
I don't know that you could get that out of there.
I don't think you could because cast iron's porous also.
Right.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, I'm one of them guys. I remember gathering up tire weights alongside the road when I was a kid and take them home and melt them and make them into a block of lead just for goofing around.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm still one of them people. I wanna melt down aluminum, and
Hmm.
I wanna melt lead and make it into fishing weights and that kind of thing. But I'm not going to cross contaminate my crap either.
When I was a kid, my bedroom was really, by the time I moved out, it was a toxic area. You know, I done burned more lead and blown up more cigarette lighters and spilled more mercury in that place.
Oh boy.
It would qualify as some kind of huge Superfund site out there.
Somewhere in that room, there's still a little ball of mercury rolling around on the floor.
A little, yeah, they freak out over that. They would have shit themselves over the 2 pounds of it I let loose.
These days, they would. Oh my God, they make the news.
Uh-huh.
My parents is like, mercury. What are you doing in there, boy? I cleaned
Mhm.
most of it up. I got it all, but it's in the carpet. I can't get all of it.
Oh, good Lord. Oh, God.
Bad.
Oh, good Lord. Oh, hey, I'm got my first apartment with a friend of mine when I was 18, 19, and he worked for a dental supply company, and he stole from the company he worked for. He stole 1 pound of mercury. So here we are thinking that we're brilliant geniuses. We took a bunch of 22 long rifles that were already hollow points, and we hollowed them out even more and filled them up with mercury and wax capped
Oh
them.
my God.
Oh God, yeah. Come to find out, we shot some of them, and I even filled up an M1 carbine cartridge with hollow point mercury and all that, and come to find out later, we put all that 22 ammo away, and we went to go get it out, and that mercury was sweating through the lead.
Mm.
Uh-huh. And I'm like, oh, this is not good.
Just sitting there dissolving the lead.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. It was going right through the pores of the lead slug, and it was like, yeah. So it's in a landfill somewhere. I don't know. We got rid of that stuff in a hot minute, man.
I always thought it was weird how mercury could do that.
Yeah.
Just
When I was a
melt.
kid,
Okay.
Dad, he had a vial of mercury. I bet you that sucker was probably 6 inches. Well, it was about the size of a test tube. And I mean, it was like 80% full of mercury. And I just sit there and play with it. Nobody never said nothing to me.
Mm-hmm.
And now I look back like, dang.
Mercury's fun to play with. It's so heavy.
Well, I mean, it's
in your
cool to
hand.
sit there and watch it turn and go back and forth in a vial.
Mm-hmm.
But,
They talk about once in a while it pops up. They'll talk about the old clocks that had the radioactive paint. But the one thing that they don't really talk about too much is that back when they were starting to mess with nuclear stuff, that there was actually some silverware that was made, and it was made out of depleted, uranium and some other crap or something. And it was like radioactive. And I was like, God, how many people ate with that?
Ew.
Oh,
Would
yeah.
you like to glow in the dark fork deer with your steak?
Ew. Depleted uranium silverware.
I don't know if it was uranium, but I mean, I was just using that as an example. But
I get you.
It was made with old metal that, had been around the reactor, I guess. And it's like,
I recall in junior high, this was back in the 70s, we were doing experiments in the classroom with thermal expansion of different elements. One of them was mercury. And one of the kids dropped some of that stuff on the floor right in the classroom. I mean, and man, it would look like a million little silver slugs screaming across the floor.
Yeah.
And, I think we all cleaned it up the best we could, but nowadays, boy, they'd call NASA or something to, who knows? I mean, they'd go into some kind of conniption fits about, mercury contamination, leave the building. We all survived through it, guys. We're all still alive, as far as I know.
It was fun to play with. Okay. I remember sitting there and pouring it back and forth in my hand and watching it and everything. And, and it's like it's toxic as hell. And you don't even think about that when you're a kid. It's like, I ain't eating it. It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah. And then somebody started off, it's like later on you see, as you get older, you're watching the effects of mercury poisoning on some Amazon, tribal Indians that are out there poisoning themselves by getting the gold out of the river or something.
Yeah, I've seen about that. Yeah.
Ew.
Mm-hmm.
I was cooking that up like in a crack spoon or something when I was a kid. Ain't no telling what all I did. God, give us gasoline, fireworks, knives, and a vial of mercury, and we were happy all summer.
An 8mm camera, 8mm film camera, and a bunch of Hot Wheels, Army Men, and gasoline made the best damn movie.
Dang right.
Ah.
God, that sounds like a collaboration. You know, make the best 80s kids movie.
Oh hell yeah, man! I remember doing Hot Wheels. Oh, the little plastic Army Men. Oh yeah, Barry, I hear you. I've been there, done that. We would.
Those explosions were so realistic. No, dude, that's too much gas. You get a dude, all your hair's gone.
Those Hot Wheels were made out of cast aluminum back in those days, and they just melt, man. We were amazed, like, wow, it just melted, you know, and. Those little Army Men, hell yeah, we do like an airstrike on them and splash gasoline on them and throw a match. Napalm.
Okay, I got one for you. All right, who all can appreciate the wondrous thing of melting plastic? It's on fire and you got it on the stick, you know, and it's okay. Where are y'all? Leave me hanging here.
Mm-hmm.
Melting plastic on a stick and it's on fire and it's dripping everywhere. No, nobody. I'm the only one.
I've done that. I've done it.
Absolutely.
You bet I have.
And I've got burned by it too.
Yeah, it's got that sound, that zip, 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 zip. It goes through the air.
Yep.
And then you touch it.
And if you turn the camera sideways, you get the effect that you're shooting that horizontally at a toy tank. Yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah. That's a good TV show right there. I mean, made in your own backyard.
See, now I don't feel like such an oddball. There was other kids out there doing the same thing. Okay, I feel better about myself now.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. We didn't have any real toys like that, right? We had to make our own.
Had to make our own. Yep.
Yeah, we had imagination and time on our hands.
Mm-hmm.
Great partner.
And a book of matches. Look out.
That's right. And mom's Ginsu knives.
Dad always fussed because there wasn't any gas for the lawnmower.
Yeah, exactly.
You remember aluminum foil and matches? Making your little own homemade fireworks?
Oh, I've heard of that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. I remember you couldn't get fireworks only twice a year.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And you had to ration that crap.
Yep.
Like a miser. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You had like 3 gross of bottle rockets, you know.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And you had to make that last now.
But I'll tell you what, you shoot a bottle rocket out of a BB gun.
That's good stuff.
Well,
especially when you're shooting them at each other, and back then we had them. Big fluffy coats and big fluffy polyester coats.
Mm-hmm.
And it lands in each other's coat in a pocket or whatever, and suddenly you're on fire and you're all okay with it, you know.
Then you have one hit you right smack between the eyes.
Oh
yeah. I got one for you, Cosmic. You said strapping model cars and racing them. We strapped some bottle rockets. I think it was like 3 or 4 of them to an actual model rocket, and that thing barely got up into the air before the damn thing blew up. And there was cardboard and everything just raining down on us. And that's the coolest thing ever.
Oh yeah, I've had more than one firecracker pop in my fingers when I was growing up. Oh yeah, more than once. But we were little animals with firecrackers on the 4th of July, and I recall once when my brother lit one, threw it at my sister's feet. My sister's standing there with a punk in her left hand and a firecracker in her right hand. So all she sees is the firecracker coming at her bare feet, because we didn't wear shoes back in the summertime. We just didn't, and somehow on the way towards her face, she touched that firecracker fuse onto the punk, and she went to plug her ears. So that firecracker was right next to her head when that thing popped. Pow! And, oh man, boy, did we get our asses whooped for that, man. She started squealing. Don't tell Dad. Don't tell Mom. God.
M80s were what, like a third of a stick of dynamite or something?
I remember those. Yes, sir.
I blew up some old lady's mailbox. Boy, I didn't sit down for a month.
Did you have to replace the mailbox too?
I had to replace it. I had to help Dad reset the whole damn thing. Every time I would ride my bike past that old lady's house, she'd give me that look. I could just feel it burn through my skin. I didn't have to see her. I didn't have to see her looking at me. I could just feel it. I was like, oh, please stop, please.
There goes that damn kitty. There goes that damn neighbor kid. Blew up my mailbox. I don't want to see him around here again.
He's 8 years old. He shouldn't be acting that way. Well, okay, I'll stop acting like a kid. Oh God, damn. I didn't think it would do it. Like it blew the lid, the cover, the door off.
Oh,
it
Lord.
blew the flag off. And this is like before they started putting plastic, flags on the mailboxes. These were the good old fashioned.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you think they're solid, but evidently they don't hold up to an M80.
Man, yeah.
You light it, you close the door, and run like hell.
Yeah, I recall once being up at a friend's house. We were all young adults, and we got into a bottle rocket war, and some of them were across the gravel street, and me and my friends were on the other side, and we're launching rockets and anything at each other like a bunch of idiots. But I opened up the door to Lenny's trailer, and I was going to go out and launch some bottle rockets, and I heard a dunk, dunk right in front of me on the wooden deck, and somebody threw an M80 right in front of me. Holy, right at my feet, man. That was one of those life-changing moments. I didn't see straight for the rest of the night, man. Absolutely. Ears. Oh boy, I'm still paying for that ear damage.
So did anybody do any fishing with bottle rockets? When they come out with the plastic bottle rockets, you could set them off pointing towards a pond or whatever, and it would actually go off underwater. And the place Mom and Dad was renting had a pond behind it, and renters could use it. Well, we set some fireworks off into that pond, and there was a bunch of fish coming up. And the landlord told my parents, was your kids playing with fireworks? And she's like, they better not have been. And I was up in my room, and I went over my brother's door, and I said, come here. He's like, what? I said, did you get rid of them fireworks? And he's like, yeah, so-and-so's got them. I said, good, because we're in trouble.
They're looking for us. We're on the run from now on.
He knew. He pretty much knew that it was me and my brother. We were like the only ones that really went out to that pond anyway.
Yeah.
So we really couldn't get out of it.
Mm-hmm. I got in trouble with fireworks a few times. Set the woods on fire, and that might have been with gasoline, but I think it was fireworks, and it burned a bunch, and houses were close to being
Lord,
engulfed, and I was oblivious to it. They apparently investigated where it started, and it started close to our backyard,
Oops.
where I was known to play with such things. And I had been out there playing or something, and then gone off, walked up to the store or something, and came back. I don't remember what it was, but I was in some deep crap. Lots of smoke and angry parents and cops.
Yes.
I think one of the dumbest things we did, because we experimented with black powder and cannon fuse. And you can buy these threaded objects at the hardware store. I'll try not to use the word for what we were making, but
Yeah.
the worst one we made was made out of brass. I don't know where Brian got that brass from. I don't know, but it was a healthy sucker. And we went way out in the woods, and there was a logging road that was blocked off by a bunch of sidewalk concrete. This stuff was thick. We're not talking about 5 feet thick. I think it was sidewalk concrete, but they poured a whole dump truck full of it to block off that logging road. So we put that brass thing underneath there, lit it, and we ran because we knew how powerful the steel ones were. This brass made a big difference. Oh, baby. That thing touched off, and all we heard, and we're running as fast as we could to get away from there. And all we heard was stuff flying through the trees, and geez Louise, man. There was stuff landing out in the water. It was by a lake, right? And out in the water through the trees, and we went back there just shortly after that before we got in the cars and took off. There must have been about I guess I can hold up my hands here. A chunk of that concrete. It was a flat slab of concrete. We put it underneath there, and it took out a chunk about the size of a frying pan. And there was a couple of pieces of rebar, and they were sticking straight up in the air. So it's like, I think our little experiments are done now, guys. We found out that's it. I'm done with this stuff, man. I mean, that could have took a guy out, or all of us, really. All that concrete went in all directions. Man, that was stupid.
You in your workshop, Chris?
No, not my workshop. I was wanting to show you something.
You see if I can.
I don't know if we can see this.
Might have to turn your phone's brightness down a bit.
What's that?
That's my take payment reflections.
That's that purple, that real bright purple clematis,
Okay.
and that huge hosta right there on the right hand side of his screen.
Yeah, that's that clematis
Mm-hmm.
I was talking about.
Oh,
Probably didn't.
That thing's
you
big
can
and
see it
healthy.
now. Yeah.
That's a beautiful flower. I can see that growing in a nice trellis over here. Right now, I got honeysuckle everywhere. It smells good out there.
Yeah, I got the same thing over here too, Aquarius. It sure smells better than the laundry detergent my neighbors are using. It doesn't bother it doesn't make my throat want to close up.
Yeah, when they got that load in the dryer, huh?
Yeah, good God. Ugh.
Yeah.
I have to use the non-scented stuff.
I do not know why my virtual background ain't working.
Hmm. That's a pretty cool background there. Like you stole somebody's picture from their awesome shop.
Mhm.
I like it.
Hey, you know, it's work in progress.
Good night, Q.
Night, Hubert.
My house looks like a job site trailer, so you know that looks like home to me, there, Chris.
Yeah. I've been doing a lot of work, though. A lot.
I could clear that counter off right there and just stretch out on it, go to sleep.
Mhm.
I don't know why I live in this 2-bedroom house. I'd be happy in a shed.
Brother, I'm gonna tell you what. I have I have never been as happy with my living arrangements as whenever I moved into an RV. I have never been as happy. I'm a small place kind of guy. It doesn't cost me much. Everything I need, you know, I don't need that much space, that kind of thing. Um, it's
See,
it's perfect for me.
it's like this shop, originally we bought, we were going to do like a small house thing. And we had to move out here on her farm. And it was one of them repo buildings. It was already insulated, everything. It was 12 by 40 building. And I got it like I said, as a repo. It was like $9,500.
Dude,
Wow.
It's paid off.
Yeah.
you got a good deal on that.
Hmm.
But now it's my shop. Because, like I told Robert, we basically had to move in with her mother because, she she needs somebody to be there with her. She's not capable of being there by herself all the time anymore.
Been there, done that. Yeah, I've done that too.
I mean,
I
she's
did.
87, so
Hmm.
we're where we need to be.
Yeah. Yep. It's worth the sacrifice.
God puts
There,
us in
Chris.
places for a reason.
Yeah, it's worth the sacrifice. Mrs. and I had to do the same thing, and yeah,
I
it was
bitch
tough.
every single day. Oh, she's doing this. Oh, she's arguing about this and that. But I know I'm
The
the
way
one that takes her to the doctors
yes,
every
sir.
month and all that.
Hmm.
And I mean,
Yep.
I ain't got a
Hmm.
problem with it. But
Yeah. My mom made a sacrifice to change my diapers, and then later on, it was my turn to do the same for her.
right,
It was hard. There was nothing fun or easy about it, but I don't regret it.
right.
You know,
And I know my mom isn't happy about it. Like
no.
living with her mother. But
Mhm.
But my sister is living with my mother now, so you know. Where
I'm
you go?
I'm real lucky that I married who I did, and them Asian folks, they've got a real strong sense of respect for the senior citizens, and she took over all the medication, doctor stuff. She supervised all that immediately, you know.
Right.
And up until that point, I had a brother and sister who lived within walking distance, and they never came over to my mom's house unless they wanted to walk out with something.
Yeah.
And that's why they wanted me out of there, because they wanted to just go in there and clean her out. Man, I wouldn't have any of that. I wouldn't have that.
That's like me and her have talked to us. Like, if we weren't here, she'd be in a nursing home. She's not.
Yeah.
She's just not capable.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, there's been, she's been to the ER. She's been,
Mm-hmm.
she's fell and,
Mm-hmm.
whatever.
Been there, done that. I know all about that, man. You're doing the right thing, though. I mean, just to be honest with you, when it's all over and done with, you're going to have a clear conscience.
Yeah.
And people who will just automatically throw their parents into a nursing home don't have a conscience. They don't. And I remember that was a big separation between the people I worked with and myself and a few others that I worked with. There were several people I worked with. Man, as soon as the parents got old, man, they put them in a wheelchair. And I remember one lady, she didn't have any ill feelings about it at all. She said, I remember wheeling my dad into the nursing home. And he says, am I ever going to get out of here? And she says, well, maybe if you get better. And I said, well, did you go visit him? Well, no, I got to go to work.
But,
Oh, yeah, well, I just surmised you right there, lady. You just showed your true colors,
like I've told Robert, my better half, she worked at a nursing home,
Mm-hmm.
which is actually the biggest employer in the county. And like during COVID, there were some people, I guess you could tell the ones that really cared. I mean,
Yeah.
they would like come sit outside of like their window with their dog, because they couldn't, they missed their dogs or whatever, So I mean,
Yeah.
I've heard the stories, and I've also heard, of how bad COVID actually hit a lot of that. But anyway,
Yeah. I don't regret any of it. It was tough to do, but I had to do it because I made a commitment to my parents when I was young. I said, I will never put you guys in one of them places. I won't do it.
but I also told my son after dealing with all this, 10 years old, I told him, I said, dude, when I start getting older, if I start hoarding crap, I want you to come start cleaning crap out of my house long before I pass away.
Yeah, yeah.
Because we've been doing that for about the last 2 years. And I mean, they stockpile crap, and it's like, man, ain't no wonder you got mice and, all this mess. You ain't done nothing but build a house for them.
Yeah, mice love clutter. They love that stuff. Yeah, I hear you, Passamaquoddy. Some folks just don't have a choice, and I understand that.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Well, I'd gladly take anything for what I'm living in right now. I'll tell you that. He's just at his age right now, he doesn't need to be doing any, remodeling or anything like that. It's not like he's got the money for it, but anything would be better than what I'm living in right now. It's a shame because I lived here years ago before in the same house, and it was nice back then. And when I first moved in, I was just like, I can't believe this is the same place.
Well, I understand the situation you're in, Barry. I was the last place we lived. We stayed there a little over 10 years, and when we moved in, it was a nice area, very convenient. And then here comes all the damn dope. Man, that just changed that place. It was a slow progression, but holy Jesus, you couldn't leave anything left unattended, by the time we got out of there. That puts a lot of stress on you. A lot of stress.
Yeah, I was telling the panel here and viewers, Bob, before you came on, that One is in the county lockup, and he's probably facing 1 to 5 in prison. I won't get into his name or what he did, but
Mhm.
all 4 charges are enough to put him in prison for a while. Which hopefully that'll clean him up because he let that stuff rule his life, and that's it's like all the other ones that
Yeah.
we finally got rid of here. Thank God. I mean, it's like night and day.
You can hope it cleans them up, but sometimes while they're in there, they get even worse.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's a very good possibility, and I don't know. This will be his second time around, I think, but not for I think he did. I'm not sure if he did prison time before, but I know he's been in jail a few times. But like I said, it's there's 3 people that still need to go, but they don't come over here anymore because they finally got the message.
Yeah.
There's nothing here for you. You've already taken everything that my landlord owned, except for his land.
Lord, that's a shame.
And drugs was to blame for it, but also the fact that he just made a poor judgment. He's used to helping people out, and that's what he thought he was doing, but he had no idea that he was going to be running to drug addicts.
Hmm.
So, but yeah, it's gotten better as far as not having that knock on the door, somebody begging something off of me.
Yeah. I recall over in that last place, it was a common occurrence to hear one of them go into a meth meltdown, and you could hear them for blocks, and they would scream for hours and hours and hours and hours. And it just hardens you, man, because you just get used to it. Well, not really, but you know what it is, and just. I mean, since 2016, I strapped, and I stayed strapped every day, every night, because of that stuff.
It makes you want a real high wall.
Yes,
You know.
sir. Mm-hmm.
I've never been one to carry. I mean, well, I say that, but I think you have too many people carrying out there nowadays carrying that shouldn't be carrying. That are a little passive aggressive, I guess.
Mm.
Yeah.
But and I mean, I guess I first really started experiencing it when I was working up in Kentucky. I remember like going to Walmart, just grab a couple groceries. And there'd be like some hood rat wearing like gym shorts and his pistols pulling his shorts down to his ankles.
Yeah.
And then you go about 2 lanes over, and there's another dude. He's got his big Texas cowboy hat on, and the spurs on his boots, and just I guess he thought he was some I don't know, something you would have seen in one of them old Western movies. Like, really? But anyway,
Yeah.
I've never really been one of them type of people. If I was going to carry, I'm going to carry quietly,
That's the way.
It got to the point where I used to live that almost all the senior citizens who went out and did their shopping, at least one of them was strapped, and that was for a reason. Because these people were being physically attacked and robbed in the parking lot while they're bringing their groceries out. Old people, guys, 70 and up, these monsters would attack them. And one lady got hurt really bad because she was putting her groceries in the back of the car, and one of those beasts ran up and rammed her head into the frame of her trunk and took her purse and just left her there for dead. Oh God, man, it's just.
Tennessee is.
I got Justin boots and Wolverine boots. So I mean, it's not that I don't wear them. It's just I don't like watching people posing to wear them. I guess
Mhm.
Yeah.
you know, trying to play the part. Oh, you know, I'm some big Western feller. Da da da. You know,
Oh, I get you. Yeah, playing dress up. Yeah, I get you. I
But-
agree. I'm
that's
like,
like my ex. Even she, her ex before we got married. He got a job for FEMA, and he started wearing this big leather duster, and he used to call himself Big Jim.
okay.
You get where I'm going with this.
I do.
You
I
know,
hear you.
big cowboy hat, and then he ended up, you know, on opiates, paranoid, looking out the windows, and you know, cracking the
boy.
curtains.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess that's why they ended up splitting up. But
I
you
can
know.
get that. Yeah, most of the folks that I noticed around this area where I used to live was just blue jeans and a revolver. You know, if I saw somebody dressing up like an old West cowboy or something, like you're a nut job, man. Get away from me, man. You ain't old West nothing. You live in the suburbs. Go away.
I mean, you know, I'm one of the kids that, you know, like most of us, we grew up with, you know, a shotgun or a rifle in the back window of our truck.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, most of the ones nowadays, they just, I don't know that they're scared or just, I don't know. And I think you see it a lot more with, you know, I hate to call this out on your live, Barry, but millennials.
Yeah, I have no problem with that, honestly. And if anyone does, they can bring it up to me.
But it seems to me like, you know, they just, I don't know, just trying to prove a point or something.
I think I'm gonna call it a night, guys. I'm starting to nod off here,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
but it's been fun. It's been good conversation for sure, and I think we'll do this every Sunday night.
Sounds good.
All right, man.
Same bat
Every
time,
Sunday.
same bat channel.
Hey,
What
it's
time?
been fun.
12 o'clock?
Huh?
What
11.
time are you planning on?
I started at 11, but actually it was like 11:02 or something because I didn't get a start broadcast button on StreamYard for some weird reason, so I had to delete that and start all over again and got it to work. But I don't know why. I don't know what the deal was with that. I think somebody else said that they had trouble with StreamYard here recently, so I guess I had to experience it firsthand. Yeah, it's 3:15 here as well. So I thank you all for showing up, and I appreciate everybody on the panel as well.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll
That
make
was
this
fun.
fun. Absolutely. Good conversation for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So with that, everybody have a great night and stay safe. Keep your powder dry.
Yep.
Keep your head on swivel. We'll see
But it's
y'all.
early yet.
It's early.
It's early out here on the West Coast.